This starts at 1500, right? And it goes up to 23:34. That's 8 hours and 34 minutes of footage. That's up to my, almost up to my nipple. I'm gonna just jump straight over it. The best way to get close to a kangaroo in the outback is just stay still and quiet, and they'll just hop near you. So I got these hair pieces from New Times Hair. I really like them. And amazingly, I just bought this Mandalorian t-shirt. It's extra large. Extra large t-shirt, straight off the shelf. Fuck me. Do you think there's anything else I need to do apart from not be bald? I reckon there's one more thing I gotta do. And it takes more effort, probably. I'm not happy about that. I keep having to push this down. I'm constantly flexing and trying to stop it from being real. I can't. At the moment I sit down, I've just got to take my belt off. It's just too much. It like freaking hurts, man. And whenever I stand up, it's like, oh man, I'm so embarrassed standing here in my own company. Look, there's not another person for, I don't know, at least 2 kilometers probably. That's not even, I'm not even pretending. I'm fucking pregnant, man. That's what's going on. That back fat, that's permanent fold there. Like, it's getting to the point where it's going to start smelling bad because that fold will be so creased into my skin. Luckily, I lie down every so often, or I sit with a curvature of the spine, which flattens out that. God, all my tits going. It's just all fatness, man. It's just all fatness. That is fat as fuck. Jesus Christ, look at that. If I don't give birth to an alien today, I'll be fucking shocked. Being fat sucks. I used to think it was cool, man. It was all the rage. I thought it was fantastic. It was like in vogue. I liked it. Now, I don't think I'm not getting listened to. I'm invisible. I'm fucking nothing now. It's like, look at me. Look, I've got hair. Look, hair. Everyone see I've got hair? Of course you got hair. Everyone's got hair. Oh, okay, yeah, cool. It's real. But you're fat. Is that what you're looking at? Yeah. That's why we didn't notice you. That's why we didn't answer you when you said, hi, how are you? What's your name? We didn't hear any of that. All we could see was some blurry, fat shadow, silhouette thing. And it eked us out, and we didn't like it. And we turned away in disgust. Look at you. You're fat. I'm fucking fat. I'm so fat. Fucking fat. I'm so fat. I fucking hate it. Extra large as well. What an insult, the fuckers. Extra large? Who do they think they're trying to fucking... See, the thing is, extra large isn't really a size, is it? It's the same thing with hairs per square inch. There is no such thing. It's all fucking 120% density. What the fuck are you talking about? Medium light. Oh, but our medium light's different from the other medium light from the other company. Oh, that's Asian small. Oh, sorry. They don't have... Is there an Asian small? You know when you're buying clothes, it's like, oh yeah, there's extra large, but for Asians. Hardly any Africans in Australia. I'd say I've seen... Before the recent times, if I go to the poor suburbs now, I can probably see a lot of them. But before 10 years ago, I'd probably seen a total of 100 Africans in Australia. That's it. And I'm not talking about the white Africans, as who come from Africa, the continent, but I'm talking about the noir, the absorbers, the ones who do not reflect a lot. I hadn't seen one for the first 30 years of my life, like maybe 100 in my whole life, that's it. Seen a lot of Fijians and all sorts of different black people of different colours, like Indians and stuff. But no Africans, strange. Australia's a very white country. We basically raped and murdered all the Aborigines when we got here, but they're not Africans, so they don't count either. But if I'm going to count them separately, obviously, I'm not going to count them with the Africans. I'd say in my life before 10 years ago, I'd only seen about 100 Aborigines in my whole life for the first 30 years of my life. Yeah, Australia is a very white country. I'd say if you're going to say we're racist, it would be against Asians. Initially, when I was growing up, it was against Italians, who are really just Caucasoid anyway. It's just the whole language thing, you know. And also that they had a cultural difference because they really stuck together like a close-knit family group. And but the thing is, they really did integrate. So there are a lot of Italian. I went to school with a lot of Italians. Like, I think half my class when I was a kid was Italian. They had Woggy accents. And then Wog in Australia means Italian and Greek, Mediterranean. And Wog in England means like nigger. It's a bad word apparently. I don't know. It's like the word fanny in America. It just means bum, but in all the proper English-speaking countries like Australia, it means vagina. That's why everyone laughs when the theme song for The Nanny comes on, because that's just wacky. And to think they didn't know. Then again, we had a show called Wogs Out of Work or something. So, but that was a show by Wogs. They made it. So it's weird, isn't it? Because they would have toured England, but they couldn't have kept the same name when they toured England. Because a lot of Australian television ends up in England. Because they like to see sunshine once in a while, I suppose. Like this. This is what Australia really looks like. This, everywhere around here, just kangaroos everywhere. And deer. The deer aren't native, but they hang out. If you ever see deer, they sort of hang, they like the clearings, so they can keep an eye on things and run around freely. Yeah, but if you make a noise, they just stop and stare at you. Yeah, I think any sort of fresh immigration leads to unrest, which could be construed as racism. But I've been listening to Sam Harris, who thinks that people are saying you're a racist, which, you know, has the connotation of you're a pedophile almost, right? Same sort of like leaning. You're that evil. But people like to say it, and it's like calling somebody out, saying that would shut somebody up for sure, right? And it's just going straight for the jugular. It's just incredibly cheap insult. 90% of the time it's just bullshit. 99% of the time it's bullshit. People just want to get reputation points. I've talked about that before. But I do want reputation points a little bit because I don't want to have a fucking alien growing inside me. Because look at the fucking thing. It's crazy. Look at that. My ass is always hanging out of my pants. And I always have I never do my belt up anymore. I just leave it like that all the time. So that when I sit down, right, I might as well fart when I walk. That's how fat I look right now. Will you marry me? Oh, I've got to fix this. Those two little creatures. So I've just been watching this show on MTV called I Used to Be Fat. It's quite inspirational, but can I be bothered ever doing that kind of thing? Like right now, it's the usual time I woke up. It's 3:23 a.m. I could walk off into the wilderness, all the kangaroos and deer are asleep, but there'll be heaps of wombats out there. That is... I don't even know what would happen if I walked past one. I don't think they could run faster than I could walk to catch up. They might claw me or they might just ignore me, but if I trip over one, it'll probably scratch me up a bit. I think they're vegetarian. I don't think there's any reason to fear a wombat in terms of... It's like a koala, right? Unless it's a drop bear, obviously. But I just had a shower. Yesterday, I went through the pain in the ass effort of taking my hairpiece off, cleaning all the glue off it just with my finger and with a tissue. A wet wipe, not a tissue. I don't want the tissue to dissolve into a million pieces while I'm cleaning it, obviously. I want it to be intact the whole time. Let's turn this fucking fan off. It's so loud. That pool tablet's awesome. Yeah, that bathroom's fucked up. See what the back of my head looks like. Always looks like there's a bald spot there, doesn't it? The lighting I can never quite get right. Still fat. It would totally change my life to not have such a fat ass. I've got to do something about that. How's the colour match on this hairpiece? I can never really tell. I can never really see the back of my own head or the way it merges. I need a proper mirror system that I don't think I've ever seen. The only time I've ever seen a good mirror system is in a changing room on some occasions in big department stores. Other than that, I never get to see my profile. Fucking hell, I just look decrepit. And that bald spot on the back of my head is growing, I think. What do you think? I think the fatness is the worst part of this whole operation. Yeah, being fat. Not a suck it. I do suck it in all the time. It's exhausting, man, to suck it in constantly like that. With that much effort, I might as well go for, a run. I'm not running, obviously, my back's fucked. God. Only old people, this is my mum's place, only old people have a ticking clock. It sounds like constant water dripping, listen. Sucks. So you see this hunk over on this side of the camera, and then you look over at that fat fuck. Like, surely they wouldn't hang out with each other, those two. Oh my God. So, if I watch TV non-stop, which is what I'm doing, and playing computer games or whatever else, because I can't think of a fucking other thing to do. I haven't had a friend to hang out with since I was at high school, really. So, do I just walk on the spot in front of the television set? Do I shoot myself in the head, or do I fucking just keep eating and just forget about it and just fucking get fat and it doesn't matter because I'm not going to probably encounter anybody for the rest of my life? It's hard to choose. It's not like I have any commitments or anything of any kind, ever, at all. I could just die now, nobody would notice. Except my immediate family, but no, they fucked me over anyway. So, do I care enough to live? You gotta get busy living, or you gotta get busy dying. Something like that. Or you could just relax and enjoy the delicious foods that the world has to provide. One thing's for damn sure. I look better now with hair than I would if I was bald and fat. But right now, I don't lack the energy to walk on the spot. I could be doing that, but I'm worried because if I do it, am I gonna give up and go, fuck, I tried that and it's fucked? Whereas if I had a good motivating reason to walk on the spot, then it might encourage me next time to do it. I'm worried that doing things that are painful are going to stop me from wanting to do it ever again, which is clearly an obvious thing to worry about. Because anything I do that's going to cause me to burn calories has to be enjoyable. It has to be a way that I don't really notice that it's painful. Pushing yourself hard. I mean, maybe when I was really young and I was wanting to impress people around me, there was nobody around me to look at me anymore. So there's no motivation to do that. So it's got to be easy. If it's not easy, then it's the wrong advice. Like calorie counting is not easy. It's a lot of effort. I get a little pencil behind my ear and keep track of all the shit that I'm eating. No, I'm not going to do that. No. If you've got delicious things for me to eat off the shelf that I just unwrap and put in my mouth, sure, if it's the same price, right? I'll choose that one if it's just as delicious. Do you know that, a Snickers bar burns calories, whereas a Mars bar puts them on? Yeah, I'll go with the Snickers. But don't make me have to cook or some crazy shit, right? It's got to be the same amount of effort as I'm living now. Just to at least get started. And then when I'm motivated, maybe then I'll go above and beyond, right? Pushing myself to the limit. See, with Rocky and the music as he runs up the stairs, right? I fucking loves it. Have you ever seen that scene from Rocky when he runs all the way up the stairs? Like that, right? But they take the music away. It's so funny. He's like, it is very funny. You gotta see it. What is it, Capitol Hill, where he runs to the top? Lincoln Memorial? What is it? I don't know. I can't keep up with your American, what are they called? Mainstayers, fucking key framers, something to do with the word F, M. Monument, no, yeah, monument, but I'm thinking more about something that you have in a city that's like a place where you can see that it's somewhere you can meet, and it's a noteworthy building in a city. What's that called? Not a monument, a place of interest. Come on. What's it called? Any city. You've got a city, and then you've got a cartoon picture of the main buildings. You've got 3 or 4 of them in any city. Not more than 3 or 4, right? They're called places of interest or fucking... I don't know what the word is. It's pissing me off now. You're pissing me off. It's currently 4:49. At 6:01 the sun rises. I really would like to burn some calories, so I'm going to go for a walk and check out whether or not there are some kangaroos and deer and stuff that I could film. The problem is with this camera, I can never see them very big. Like, even though they're quite large in real life, these animals, this camera doesn't really pick it up. It makes them look like pinpricks on the screen. Even though my giant head basically fills the screen at all times because I'm so fucking fat. When you film something from a distance, this camera just cones out. So 1 meter away looks like 20 meters away, and then 20 meters away look like 1,000 meters away. So if you're gonna watch these videos, watch them on a big screen. Don't look at it on a phone or something. It's not gonna look good. Okay, the sun is actually rising. My hair's nice and fluffy, but I think I want to put some product in just in case I see some people on my walk, which is somewhat likely, but a little bit unlikely as well. I'm gonna miss the sunrise if I don't go now, even though I've got, 4 minutes until the sun actually rises. I lost track of time. I've been playing balloons. I just had a bag of salt and vinegar chips for breakfast. I've been drinking some creamy soda. I'm just gonna whack some stuff in my hair. What's going on with this camera? It's just the lighting on my shirt. All right, I'll put some stuff in my hair, and I'm gonna get some Coke Zero to put in my bag, and then get some alcohol to take with me for breakfast. I'm using this stuff. Bought a brand new hairbrush. Come in for a close-up so you can see how this New Times Hair 0.06 millimeter hairpiece is going. Okay, let's go. The sun's gonna rise soon. It took me a while to get ready. Like 3-4 minutes. It sounds like there's a motel whizzing around. There are so many flies or something here. So, if the sun is about to rise, I can't tell. It might be about to piss down with rain. So, when I was young, I used to not care about my appearance at all, but I look better than I do now anyway. But it was buffy, big, curly hair. And then one day I played the role of Rick in Casablanca and I discovered hair gel. And from there I just started ripping the shit out of my hair using all types of gel. Fuck, there are a lot of insects here. I don't stay here all the time. I hardly ever stay here. We're 3 hours from Melbourne. God, it's just like an incessant wall of insects. That's what all that swarming noise was. Now, unfortunately, because I'm so fucking loud, it's gonna be hard to get close to any kangaroos or deer. There are no bears or anything, so we're pretty safe here. And any snakes, they're just scared of us. Well, they're more scared of you. Can you hear that? It's like there's something whizzing around. I should have brought insect repellent. Look, they're loud. They're so loud. It's not tinnitus. It's just that they're everywhere. They're fucking everywhere. It's the one reason people don't like camping more than any other, I think. Insects. Out here in the bushland, they fucking are everywhere. That buzzing from the flies and insects is doing my head in. Not even at the end of the driveway. Big property. This is the sort of place where snakes would be. I was going to lean my phone against it so I could show you something. I want to lean it against somewhere there's zero snakes. Okay, so I'm just going to use this little tree thing here. Okay. Now, what I want to show you is, when you're walking with pants and you're a man, jeans always get bunched up right here. So I always fold it over at the belt line. So they've become one belt level higher. So they're not as, so the belt is now twisted over the top there. I might get a tailor to modify on my jeans in the future. And for now, I just can't stand having that stuff, that nappy jean thing happening. So this will make it easier for me to walk. One of my biggest concerns when I go for a walk is access to a toilet. I mean, I can piss where I want here, but it's the fact that I felt like going to the toilet properly earlier, and I haven't been since I felt that way, and it doesn't come back lighter. And that was before the bag of chips. Field of sheep. This way. By the way, it's starting to rain, which is good. It'll keep the insects off me. I don't know if you can see, but down in the middle of the road, I see a deer and 2 kangaroos. Walking through bushland with, it's not bushland, I'm on a road, but countryside with kangaroos everywhere. They're 6 foot tall. Some of them are 7 foot tall. You could say they're vegetarian. That doesn't stop a rhinoceros or a bull from being aggressive. No, there was no baby. See, even if there was a joey, I don't think that either the mother or the father would come and attack me. I think they'd abandon it and let me eat it. When I was a kid, I used to think, yeah, well, animals know I'm vegetarian, that's why they like me. But these animals die of old age at the age of 6. Well, they don't die of old age, because in captivity they can live till 20. But yeah, kangaroos, they just die of malnutrition. I don't know what it is. I mean, this is natural flora everywhere around here. So this is what they would have eaten for thousands of years. So I don't know what this malnutrition is, but they just die of disease as well. The thing is, I don't think I've ever seen a naturally deceased creature. And I just can't think of any kind of animal that would hunt a kangaroo in this area. I mean, you hear about dingoes, but I have never seen a dingo in the wild. Whereas I've seen millions of kangaroos. Not that many emus, even though the emu is on the Australian coat of arms on the 50-cent coin. On the coat of arms over Parliament House, etc. Every courtroom you ever go into, there's a kangaroo and an emu. Probably says, "In God we trust" or something. Just like in American money. Underneath, I don't know. Although being Australia, it might say, "Have a beer and she'll be right, mate." Something like that. I don't know what. Yeah. Australia is ill-defined. Any kind of relaxed, laid-back kind of reputation we were so proud of in the early days, I don't think most modern people care about that shit. The question for me is, do I prefer going on walks in these kind of places where the odds of me encountering another human being are low? I mean, I might see a car drive past. There are no shops, there are no resources, there's nothing for me to buy, to eat or drink. There are no toilets, although the city doesn't really have much in the way of toilets either. I'd be better off doing what a bear does. Because it's easier to take a shit in the woods than take a shit in the middle of the CBD. Because public toilets are not very well provided in Australia. Oh, I got homeless once. I thought my van had been stolen. I think it was. So I ended up with nothing. Or maybe I just forgot where I parked it. Anyway, I went to the police station. And I had to sleep the night in a homeless centre, but the police just didn't care. I'd lost all my stuff. Like, I'm talking about my wallet, my car, my house, right? I've lost my house. The police are like, yeah, whatever, get out. So, isn't there anything you can do for me? No, get out. And I thought, what the fuck? If the police can't help. See, realistically speaking, I think that police officer should be in jail for doing that to somebody, a citizen, telling somebody to get out when they've just become homeless. I'm homeless, what do I do? They should have all of the information required on where to go, what facilities there are. I really think that the homeless are not accounted for. It's very important they're properly looked after. So the worst thing about life is when you're down and out, when you're injured, that's when you need the most help. But that's when the assholes of the world mistreat you. I would love to just set a trap, because I'll be the one to do it. Just give me a machine gun or a flamethrower. Provide a group of people, or just one person at a time, with somebody who's really down on their luck, or an injured animal or something who needs help, and see what they do. If they leave that innocent creature to suffer and die, execute them immediately. But the thing is, I'll die of old age, they'll die of old age anyway, and then none of my work will be remembered. See, maintenance is not a very fun job. Maintenance and repair are not exciting jobs. Advancement is the most exciting job. If I want to have a job at all, it'll be to do with advancements. So science and arts go hand in hand in that respect. All of those things are far more exciting, but maintenance and repairs are required. Cleaning, like cleaning up the riffraff of humanity, that's just an ongoing, never-ending pile of dishes, and you get in trouble for doing that. Don't know why. Doing the world a favour, getting rid of the cowards. Selfish people, I mean, power abusers. Might come down here. See, I like these trees more. Australian outback trees are all dry and brown. These soft leaf. They're soft, look. Soft. These trees will provide some shelter from the rain if I need to. And also some shade for my screen if I want to use it. I mean, I know you're not supposed to use screens and technology when you're out in nature, but I could be sitting at home using my computer instead. So it's a compromise. Well, this toilet doesn't flush, but at least a million fucking mosquitoes flew out the moment I opened that thing and started biting my ass. The road is long. Beautiful little river. Alright, so I just got off the phone to my beautiful nieces. They're so gorgeous. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Yes. They have massively amplified the significance of life. I threw a log down there for them to watch before they go to school. One of them's too young to go to school, but she loved it too. Very cute and gorgeous and lovely. Yeah. It's not the most enjoyable thing in the world, walking in nature. Bit of a chore, really. I would prefer to be sitting in a place that's not raining. I'd prefer the sky was not dim. I mean, I'd prefer the sky was dimmer. I don't like the glare. I feel like I need sunglasses even on a rainy day. And I'd rather insects just kept to themselves in some gigantic swarm ball in Someplace we could just shoot a flamethrower at it. The whole thing would just combust, and all the microbes and insects in our bodies and everything else would just disappear forever. Although nothing would ever decompose, I suppose. I don't know. Without anything smaller than a mouse at all in the world. Imagine that. Nothing at all. No microscopic creatures. Just. Wonder if lifespans would be massively increased. Look at these gorgeous cows over here. They're both posing like they're doing. Man, it looks so distant on this phone screen. They're right beside me. Like, it looks like they're like 20 kilometers away on the camera. They're both doing the blue steel. So slow. But they're so huggable and cute. See, this camera's useless. It's just convenient though. I can shove it in my pocket and just get on with my day. But it's lazy of me to be making something out of a phone camera. I wonder if cows are tame enough. See, cows get fed by humans. That's the main thing. That's why they're not running away like kangaroos do. Like there's a certain threshold distance that these cows would let me walk up to them, and then they'd probably just walk away. I wouldn't freak out, but I don't want to walk through that because I know it's filled with snakes, and if not, I get allergic to grass. I'll just get itchy for days and days and days. Some kind of swampy thing over here. The start of the walk was not good with the insects. I mean, the thing is, I sound like a bloody whinger. I'm just talking about making a better world. If I compare this when I'm 91 years old and I'm lying in my deathbed or whatever else, or before then when I'm dying, this is better. I have full capacity to walk and move. And even if I want to go out and make a life for myself, it's just not what I dreamed. My expectations have had to be lowered. Like all my dreams of achieving certain things by 20s and 30s, it's gone. Can't go back in time and undo the broken friendships and stuff, people who abandoned me because I'm sad. So, all you can really do in a situation where you've been abandoned by a lot of people and decades have been lost out of just a few decades of life, what can you do? You can write, you can become a writer. If you can't use your hands, record your voice if you haven't got voice or hands. What are you going to do? Just going to think? Lie there thinking. Hello, darling. Nice little cowie wowie. I don't know. Sometimes it's interesting to imagine what it's like to be content with what you've got. Because you haven't got wings, you can't fly, but you're not worried about it because you're not jealous. Nobody else has wings either, so all of us are equally disabled in that way. So nobody's complaining. I'm kind of complaining. I wish I had wings. It's like when I complain about power lines, why aren't they all underground? Nobody else complains because they've always lived with it. They've never understood any different. Like I talk about, let's put all the roads underground so we don't have to look at them and leave the surface free for surface dwellers and just have automated underground infrastructure for garbage disposal, home shopping, mail of all sorts, human transport, freight transport, making the cities all parks and footpaths and things. Using the imperial system, because I've heard of calories more than I've heard of kilojoules, I just did some reading about how many calories you burn for walking and everything, how many you're supposed to eat per day, etc. And I'm just going to round it off because it was getting into too many specifics. BMR, BMI, age, weight, height, sedentary lifestyle, active. Fuck off all that bullshit. I just want to round figures, okay? How am I going to burn calories? Now, the thing is, if you eat less calories than you normally would to maintain your current weight, you can lose weight. I just want to know, if I walk, is it going to burn some calories for me, okay? Because there are more benefits to exercise than not eating. Not eating isn't going to give you any kind of flexibility or breathing improvements or any other thing, but exercise will. So if I just walk, which is a lazy exercise, the laziest exercise, if I walk for 1 hour, I will burn 200 calories, but I eat about 2,200 calories a day. So I've decreased my calorie intake from 2,200 to 2,000. That should make me lose about a pound a week. But if I did it every day, if I did it every day, and I'm not realistically going to do it every day, but if I lost, I'd probably lose half a kilogram a week, or 2 pounds a week. Probably. That's from my reading, I think. So in summary, if you walk an hour a day, you'll lose, and you keep eating all the fat junk shit you eat, like as you do right now. Because walking doesn't really make you hungrier. Okay, so basically I think what would happen if you walk for an hour a day, you'll lose half a kilogram or 2 pounds a week. Now, I talk about finding dead animals in nature. Now, most of the dead animals I've ever seen have been on the road. Here's an example of some Australian roadkill, okay? I think it's a stub-tailed lizard, a type of blue-tongue lizard. I accidentally drove over one of those once in Oxley, New South Wales, with a lawnmower, and found it about 3 feet into the deep grass the following day. It had crawled off with incredibly bad injuries, and I feel very guilty. I've always felt bad about that. I have terrible thoughts about its final moments, and sometimes it's better not to put yourself in somebody else's shoes. It was a total accident, but the thing is, just if you hear something that size roaring towards you and you're a lizard, run away. It's not like you didn't have enough time to fucking escape. I'm going back and forward. I was a kid, but fuck. Hello, darling. Do you want some food? I'll see if I've got some birdseed over here for you. Hello. Look. Are you going to play with my computer game? Oh, okay. Oh, hello. I did not know you were so tame. Had no idea. I'm just going to land on my arm. No wonder you're so friendly around humans. Everyone must feed you because you're so colourful. A huge advantage, I suppose, in evolutionary terms. Wow, it's awesome. It's going to land on my arm. I had no idea you were going to do that. Oh, you're not going to share? Are you less... Okay, I'll tell you what. If we go over to a place over here, I sprinkled them on the ground as well, so you can both have some then. Okay, come on. Here. Oh, I put some on the ground. This way your friend doesn't have to be so greedy. Come on. I sprinkled them. Look. Look, my socks all wet. Come on. What are you gonna eat my weed? Oh, greedy. Well, you want me to get you some? Let me get you some. Because your friend's not sharing. Wow, you're so territorial. I feel like I should sprinkle some around for everyone, so there's no chance it'd be that greedy. Now everyone can have some. In that little basket. Like that mirror? Do you understand the mirror? Or you want me to feed you out of my hand? Is that more fun? It's not just about the food. You want human interaction. It's like a zoo, isn't it? Coming here and visiting me. One of these human zoos. Can't figure out the mirror, huh? Are you seeing the mirror? Please don't eat my thumb. Now you've seen it. I wonder if you prefer the ones that's held by me more. So you could eat it from anywhere, but you choose to eat the one that I've got. Maybe it's because you want to eat my thumb. You're just trying to lure me into a false sense of security. Maybe you just want love because your friend is so mean to you. Is that what's going on? I was going to go steal my weed. See, I knew you would find it eventually. Found the birdseed. Yeah, you like it? You should see the way this cockatoo swooped in, screeching his head off at me. What, am I supposed to go away so you can eat the gift that I gave you? Hello, Cocky. I made you dinner. Yes, I did. I made you dinner. It's just there. Come on. Cocky. It's nice and sheltered. No rain on your head. Come on, Cocky. Go on. That's it. I can see you looking at it. I can see you looking at it. Yeah. It's right on the table. There it is. I moved it a bit so I could film you when you do it. Amazing plumes. It's amazing. Good boy or girl, whatever you are. Don't know. It's alright. I'm not going to hurt you. Just want to film. Good cookie. Don't worry. It's not scary. Although you should probably be wary. I'm a big creature. But I don't have sharp talons or anything. Or a nasty beak or anything. You want some privacy from the chair. I should have moved the chair as well. That way you couldn't hide away and be all scared and everything. We have water as well, but I don't think you care about the water. It's raining after all. Puddles everywhere, huh? And dams. Although, you've got to get wet if you drink from a dam. It's probably nicer to drink from a bowl. Don't you think? You like that? You like the birdseed? Yeah, don't forget, I'm the one that gave it to you. Yes, that means I'm not a monster. So, I've hung out with some animals today, which has been good. Probably wouldn't have done that where I live in the city. But I am looking forward to returning home to my place after some renovations. The carpet and the paint has been done. I just had to get out of there while they're doing that with a fire. So I really feel like I'm making the most of this countryside retreat. Not reading though, still watching screens. And I'm pretty much totally depressed as well. Seems ungrateful. I don't realize how good life is, etc. But there are still people alive who are tormenting me. And it's not stopping. And they're not doing anything about it. And they're my fucking parents. So that's always on my mind, always. As well as hair, which is on my mind. Here's a bass riff I just invented. Ready? And the setup of all the microphones and all the things that I need to make sure the batteries don't run out, it's just all too much effort. God, my face looks so haggard. I'm trying to mow the lawn for the first time in my life. Well, not the first time in my life, the whole lawn, but shit, this is my parents, or my mum and stepfather's place. I'm just getting more petrol because their fucking lawnmower has a fucking leaking hole in it. Why am I supposed to put this down? Shut this fucking door. Oh, fuck. I'm trying to keep this out of the clay. Everything's so broken. Fucking hell, Jesus Christ, you fucking... Even the lock's broken on this fucking thing. I lock it, okay, locked. I want to take the key out, okay, think, fuck. It didn't even turn, even when it was unlocked the first 5 times. Oh, shit. So I started mowing the lawn with what fuel I'd already put in it. I didn't realise it was leaking until in there. I have to sweep that mud off after it dries out. Fuck. You can see where I dragged the lawnmower. It's fucking hard work. Why wouldn't they take that into consideration when building this house? Oh, fuck. When building this fucking house. How much mud and shit there is everywhere. And everybody has muddy shoes. You gotta take them off, please. Go in the house, and you don't even want to leave the house because it's the only place where there's ground that makes sense. All this shit. It's the lawnmower here. This is the lawn. It's not really much. It's just outside the front. I don't want to make it look nice. So this is the lawnmower. And it's conked out because it has no fuel. It took me about 30 pulls of the string to get it started in the first place. So if you can, no, these phones don't hold themselves up. I just woke up with no hair. Why? Because it's sitting right here. Little bits of sweat developing underneath this. I'd put it back on with some alcohol spray onto the used glue. But as I've shown you in a previous video, years ago probably, that's not very sticky. Dead skin cells and sweat have ruined the glue, and you can't reactivate it back to its full potential by simply spraying alcohol onto it. So I'm going to have to peel this all off again and then re-glue it all again, and then endure summer like this day after day with this thing peeling off my head constantly, and it will never stop. This lawnmower is a piece of shit. I don't know. See, I tried everything to not flood the engine. As you can see, I've done some. That was hard dragging it over there. I've done some mowing. Give myself a hernia every time I try to start this thing. It does not want to start. I've started it about 3 times out of 1,000 attempts. Now I don't know if the inside of the spark plug is wet. I've waited for a long time for any drainage to occur from potential flooding. But yeah, I don't know how to fix it and I do not have the tools. Too loud. Broken. 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 So I've just walked about 1.5 kilometers. And the great thing is, because I'm so depressed and in pain, I just think of painful hypothetical things and historical things that have happened to me. So I've been on autopilot with something to do with Stephen King on writing, but he hasn't even come on stage yet. I'm listening to YouTube because I'm a member, $10 a month or something. Really worth it because you can listen to audiobooks and stuff. They're videos, but you can switch off the screen and listen to them. So I've got my bourbon and coke, or scotch and coke, and my vaporizer to keep me company. Now I'm going to head down here to this lake, see if anything's open to sit around. Maybe have a slice of pizza or coffee or something. I don't really care about that, I just want to sit with shelter because it's raining. Not raining yet, but it will. The sky looks kind of blue there. There's a patch. It is spitting on me right now. Yeah. This hairpiece, I've taken it off twice I've fully taken it off within 3 days of fully re-gluing it. Because for some reason, my scalp just doesn't like this glue. I mean, I'll tell you something. It wasn't the glue that was coming off. It was the glue. Okay, look. Walker Tape Ultra Hold is a shit glue. The only reason I use it is because of its re-stickability. It peels off straight away. There's no time at which I put that glue on and it cures or whatever, even after 24 hours or anything, whether it's diluted or undiluted. I guess it's not going to rain after all. Oh well, that's good. Not good. I prefer it to rain on my face. But I don't know how to deal with it. I just dilute it so it's not chunky at the front hairline. Because I've got a brush forward look, you can't see the front hairline at the moment. It doesn't feel secure. I spread some alcohol on it and just stuck it back down because the glue is only a day old. Nothing wrong with the hairpiece, it's just the glue. I've never found a good glue. Let me know if you find a good glue. Okay, I've realised the one good thing you can do when you go for a walk is look at animals, okay? Now this magpie here, God, this camera is so shit. For me, that magpie is probably about the size of a pile of books. Easy for me to see. The you on this camera, it seems impossible to film. Now, the reason I know it's male, I just looked it up, I've been told before but I forgot, is because the nape, the back of the hair, the back of the head is white, whereas the female whiteness finishes at the bottom of the neck. That's how I know he's male. He's also a baby because he's got fluffy little grey feathers. Hey, look, some ducks over here. Just gonna go over the water. Can you even see the water? I've got to do something about this camera. But the thing is, I don't want to carry a camera around. I just want to carry a phone around. So maybe I need a better phone. Maybe an iPhone's just not good enough. And you can't use screen sharing and all sorts of things without patented Apple TV connections and so on. I'd just love to, remember Iron Man? How Tony Stark just shares his screen with the main screens in the courthouse. I want to be able to do that with smart TVs, but with iPhones you can't. I think you can with nearly every other brand, but Apple, it's incompatible with everything. It's pretty cool. Got 2 ducks here, I think about 18 ducks over here. I might have to walk through some slushy marshland. I just bought these boots. I will be getting blisters. They don't fit, they're $30. The lady in the shop was nice enough to let me swap. Oh shit, I gotta go back around. There's a little inlet here that I didn't realise. Can't walk through that. It'll go all the way up to my kneecaps. Can you see these ducks? Can you see the... Well, if you can see the ducks, I can't see that you can see the ducks because this screen is too small. I'm hoping there's just a small amount of mud through here and that my boots will be able to handle it. But realistically speaking, I'm going to get stuck in the mud. I'll probably drop my phone in there too. No, there's no way across. I'll just go bush bashing through here. I don't want to walk all the way back and around. I want to go over there somewhere, though I can't see any sign of civilization in that direction. That mud looks like more than mud. Okay, still dry, still dry, still dry. Okay, starting to get soft here. You reckon I'll make it? You reckon I'll make it across there without dropping my phone and getting my boots stuck in there? Hey, ooh. Yeah, still mucky. Ooh. Okay, I'm not going uphill, I'm going uphill. Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna slide my feet around in this long grass. I seriously thought there was a boathouse along here somewhere. Okay, check this out. You reckon I can make it across there? Could walk around, but then what's the point of life? Fuck you. I want to jump. And if I land in there, so be it. If I drop my phone in there, it's waterproof and I'll fetch it. And it's not 11 kilometers down to the Mariana Trench down here, is it? Just gotta step across, yeah? Just step there. One little step. Step to that, easy, right? It's just that it's uphill and it's rocky and it's gonna fall to pieces. You know what? I'm gonna get more height. I'm gonna go over there. Okay, ready? Backpack full of expensive shit. Well, not really, but still. The thing is, all my ligaments have all tightened up from sitting down for so long. I'm gonna jump across there now. Ready? Got no free hands. Got a hand here with you in it, and the other hand's here. Normally, I'd like to land with my hands and then grab myself and pull myself up the hill. That's about 1.5 meters. Oh, God, motherfucker. Okay, so now the screen is completely covered in Scotch and Coke. But I made it. I'm just gonna wipe the screen here. If you're not jumping puddles, you're not really living. Hey look, there's the Loch Ness Monster. Clearly visible with the naked eye, and yet with this fucking camera, completely invisible. Hey Lockie. Did you hear that? He sounds like a whale. It was so loud. Amazing. Nearly deafened me. Did the camera pick that up? Didn't think so. There are a couple of things that make me wonder. First of all, this beautiful landscape here that you can walk around and be part of nature and jump puddles and shit like I'm just doing. I never do it. I've done it. I spent a year in Belgium as an exchange student, and the school was on strike for about 2/3 of the year. Some educational minister shit I didn't understand. Burning effigies in big protests all over the place. Anyway, that year I just spent a lot of time jumping off cliffs and exploring everything. And the great thing about that area was it was frozen in winter, so I could basically walk along rivers and lakes and test out whether or not I'd fall in and die. Also I bought a rope, did a lot of jumping and climbing and all sorts of shit like that. But this is much more better lived. So the thing I wonder about is, see all those houses over there? I don't know if your camera can even see that. There are houses with beautiful views, right? They want to look at it, but they don't want to be here. And these days, only because I've been betrayed and abandoned and left to die by my father. And as a knock-on effect, every other fucking motherfucker I ever met, because they didn't like the press people, the cunts. To kill them all. Now I just want to sit and watch TV and screens and stuff. But I was always an adventurer, and I wanted to go and see everything. I wanted to turn down every street and explore every orifice of the world. But it's a pity there are so many fucking cunts in the world, isn't it? This looks like a bit of fun. I'm just going to walk out on this thing. Walking the plank. Big risk if that thing's heavy. Hey. Don't even need a surfboard. Making waves. Storm's picking up. That's fun. Whoa, drunkenness and all the offiness. Now, in terms of river monsters, apart from Lockie over there, which you can clearly see him. He's a character. You can clearly see him right there. There aren't that many animals in here that would probably bite you. No piranhas, no crocodiles here, no sharks here. The only risk of dying here would come from drowning or being impaled in a high current. There's nothing else that's going to kill you around here. It's very safe. Look at those hills over there, beautiful. I just love the juxtaposition of really bright green hills with the dark mountain, well, maybe not mountains. Maybe I need to walk over there and have a look, huh? But I can't cross. It would take me about 600 hours to walk there because I've got to go around. Though I could take a shortcut and go left, just to the edge of the lake here and go back the way I came, then go around and go up the mountains. Reckon I should do that? Do you? Fuck off. Just filming myself in case I fall. Put on America's Funniest Home Videos or some shit. I like this tree, nice and leafy. Not a great compliment for a tree. So this one's more spindly. This one's more spindly though. It even has pine cones on it. Can you see me? Alright, look. This is a road. We're in the wilderness, okay? Now, what happens is they part the trees and they make a road, and then the wilderness continues on either side of the road. Okay? But who explores down into the wilderness? Why would you? Too many dangers, right? Snakes and spiders. But just looking at this at a glance, down here, I don't see any spiders. I see branches and stuff that could stab me if I fall down the hill. But apart from that, this looks like a sort of a little Bambi clearing. I want to explore this little moss laden area. secret little cubby house down here. And a golf ball. I'm taking the golf ball. It's mine now. Is that a 240 volt trap? I'm gonna go around it so I don't touch it. Some kind of pump control. That looks really functional. As does that. Well, if anyone needs some chunks of hose, you know where to find them. I keep exploring. I thought there'd be some homeless person living down here, but no. I like this greenery. Is that not even covered in thorns? Oh, it is. It's just baby. The thorns are just growing. Oh well, I just found the most beautiful beach in the world. Okay, it's really important that you have sort of almost gumboots. I even bought and brought a second pair of socks just in case I get dunked. I'm not jumping across that. I know my limitations. I'll slide it by. Alright. I'll let you know if I fall in this water here. A friend once told me to go scouting for a film set. He actually went ahead and made a $150 million movie. What the fuck? Wait a second. No. I think it was 1.5 million. Anyway. He didn't pay. He just raised the funds. One of the things he asked me to do was scout for landscapes that would be post-apocalyptic. I reckon once you got rust and tires, you're halfway there. Look. That's the end of the world shit right there. This fucking gigantic tile. And that one over there. And what the fuck's that shit? Let's go play with it. Well, I dropped the phone in the mud. It's a big fucking winch. Isn't it? Rusty old winch. Imagine falling on that. A winch with a shelter. Giant chain and some kind of motor. Oh. My curiosity is now abated. Is that the right word? Abated? I've never said that word in my whole life. As a kid, I would have probably climbed on that. What for? It's life, that's why. I'm twisting my ankle. You reckon this sign applies to cars? It doesn't say beware, mwah ha 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 or anything, does it? I don't see any totems of ill repute. Look at this gate. Supposed to click onto the other half, but I don't understand. Gates do not have one half and that's it. They have another half. Alright, I'm gonna keep walking. Hopefully they'll let me in. Maybe there's a bar. It'd be nice to find a bar. Hey look, Salvation. Civilization. Alright. Does this look open to you? We come inside this bar, but there's absolutely nobody here. Great view from here, isn't it? No wonder they set this up. Yeah, so unfortunately there's nothing for me to do except either continue on towards those hills over there with no supplies whatsoever and no chance of finding any food or, well, there's water. I don't want to cleanse myself that desperately, so I'm going to head back. I would have liked to sit here and just play with my iPad for a while. Maybe I'll do that until somebody stops me. This jacket used to hang loosely off me. I just got off the phone to my mum, begging her to have my father sign my euthanasia papers, given he's tortured me for 40 years, because I really, really, really want to die. So all I need to do now is just get him to pay for it so I can fucking get rid of this fucking piece of shit world out of my existence, because it's all just pain. And everyone else who I thought was a friend, who would just abandon me the moment they thought I was depressed or whatever, they constitute so high a percentage of the population that this world is not worth living in. I hate life. This is the type of billabong I was envisaging. It's a dam surrounded by gum trees. Now this is a crossing for kangaroos. You can see they've made their little tracks. So if I camped here, you can see across the road. Well, you can't, but I can easily see. There's a little pathway there where the kangaroos continue across and hop along on there, get through that fence. You can see they've broken the fence here. This is their pathway. So if I was ever to come back here, maybe I could look out for that gum tree. Though it's probably going to be difficult to spot that among all these other ones. But that's a fairly chunky looking one with a bit of bark peeling off the other side of it. So hopefully I'll know that this is the place to camp. All right. Try to film kangaroos. So, yeah. I don't even know if I'll publish this. Some stuff I don't even publish. But I went walking in the rain and then it was torrential rainstorm. Luckily I found some shelter. Nobody was there, but then I spoke to my mum, the only person in the world who knows my story. All those years of comforting me while the monster came and cursed me every night. And I spent years and years until it became grey. From the age of 5 till the age of 44 so far, 39 years, my father has let me suffer. To be honest, it wasn't his fault in the beginning. It was a separate issue. It was just the breakup. My sister convinced me that I needed to suffer and abandon all happiness because that's a selfish thing to feel when everyone around you or people you love are suffering. So she basically handed me the mantle of suffering and just gave up and just went and found happiness once she saw that I was suffering to the maximum extent a human can suffer. That satisfied her because I did a good job. And from there I was looking to her and to my father, who were the only ones who didn't give me comfort. She never gave me comfort again. But I didn't blame her. Well, I did blame her as much, but I mean, at the end of the day, it was my father. What am I supposed to do about it? I lost all my friends and everything, all opportunities. If I achieve anything now, it'll be in old age. All my youth is gone. That's all gone. All those opportunities have gone. Don't know where to turn. Anyway, my mum says she's trying to convince him to care. Hey birdie, little curious little bird here. Sometimes they stop and are interested in humans. I've never seen that one. I stopped being interested, flew away. Beauty in the world hurts me. And any person who suffered beyond a certain threshold, I expect that beauty is painful. We try to avoid it. Darkness is our only friend. And death is our only real relief. So hopefully handing my father some kind of euthanasia forms. Apparently you can get it done in the Northern Territory. He'll have to fucking pay for it. And then my pain will finally be over. You expect me to commit suicide, don't you? It's going to take a lot of bravery for me to do that, you know that, right? Why don't you just do me a favour, given that you are my parents, and just I have enough of the clay and the countryside. I'm surrounded by the countryside now, it's beautiful, but yeah, I gave my family a kind of an ultimatum about, well, either they pay for my euthanasia or I have to summon the bravery to do it myself. It's just been too much pain all day, every day. So I want to end it. I've just lost so much. Friends, like, I mean, there is the potential of starting life again. Constantly starting it again. But only with the awful memories I have to live with. And then knowing that the world's just filled with people who will abandon you. You're sad. So I don't see much happening in the world that I've really paid attention to that I really like. I mean, I haven't had any happiness since I was about 5 years old. So, anyway, I'm driving back down to Melbourne, 3 hours away, and I'll just stay in a hostel for the next couple of days and figure out what I want to do. My apartment's being kind of painted and carpeted due to COVID and stuff. I had to not be there and everything. So hopefully it'll be done by this week. Maybe that will give me some inspiration. Some new furniture and stuff. We'll see. So with the hairpiece I'm wearing now, I've just taken it from a brush back. And I just wore a hat because I realised I look really bloated out, and like today I could barely even move. So I think I need to wet the hair and then fluff it, but I haven't got any water. So maybe I'll just do that when I get to a hostel. I'm way too fat to attract any girls or anything. I don't even know if there'd be any tourists, given that I don't think we have international flights in or out of Australia at this point. I don't think you're allowed to fly to Australia. So I don't know that there'd be anybody there except me. And it's only like $18 a night. It's amazing. It's one bed in a dorm of 8. It's good enough. I mean, I could sleep in the van, but I was hoping somehow socialise, even though I acknowledge that I'll be old. I'm 44 if I go to a youth hostel. I mean, it's not called a youth hostel, it's called a hostel. You do occasionally see some older people there, but rarely. It's usually young people. I'd want to join in with their shenanigans, but I wouldn't be able to keep up, and they'd have a lot of clickiness going on that I know that older people are ostracised. And to be honest, even though I don't acknowledge that I've left that age group range, they can see I'm older and they don't want to be part of me. And also I can't relate to the things that they know and care about. And things like Miley Cyrus and Justin Bieber and young people shit, Teletubbies and things that they grew up with, I don't relate to any of that. It's all new. Like, it's only come in the last couple of years for me. Even Paris Hilton or Britney Spears she's a new artist, and apparently she's just been released from some sort of custodianship or some bullshit. Anyway, I don't care about any of that. It was on the news though, so maybe I should care a little bit, but yeah, I don't know how many people care about the music scene. I'm sure not everyone in the world who's young loves music, but I think that's mainly what they do love. At any rate, I haven't really socialised with anyone my own age, so I don't know what people my age like or do or talk about anyway. I suppose it's also with kids and marriage and stuff, but that sounds boring as fuck to me. I don't want to be part of that. It's not like I haven't been in a relationship before, so I can relate on some level to what marriage might be like. It's just as when people start saying things like, we think this, or we like this, like, are you two one person now? What's happened to you? Did you sacrifice your soul? How come two of you both have exactly the same opinions? Have you made a collective decision before you speak to the public about any of your thoughts? What's going on with marriage? I don't understand what's going on with that. This seems either beautiful or disgusting. I can't quite figure it out. Though everyone in my family's always been divorced. Everyone. I mean, I've got one auntie who's still married to my uncle. Oh, and another auntie who's still married to another uncle. Yeah, they're not happy. The first one I said, they're pretty happy. Very busy lifestyles. They're retired, but still always pushing with daily routines to get stuff done. Anyway, the thing is, when I get there, I mean, all I want to do really is just sit there and play chess on my iPad anyway. But if people are going to be drinking and playing beer pong, I'd like to be involved, just so I can have some sort of contact with another human being who wants to do something other than, I don't know, parental shit. I don't even know. So I don't really socialise. I need to try. I need to do something. Anyway, I'll rock up in this hat and then eventually get my way to the bathroom and wet my hair so I can fluff it into the right coiffure. We'll see how it goes. So, just poured myself a Scotch and Coke. I've been on a sort of pub crawl around St Kilda, and poured myself a Scotch as well. I'm staying in this hostel here. Parked my car right out the front in a 1 hour zone. And I just rolled a joint. It's illegal here. After coming from Los Angeles about a year ago, where everyone's just smoking freely, I'm just gonna fucking smoke this shit in the street. They've got a warning: do not take illicit substances in this fucking facility, otherwise they're gonna fucking dob you into this place. But I'm just gonna walk away from my vehicle and then go smoke it, because it's nice to be away from the countryside. I had this screeching match with a cockatoo today. He was like, ah! I was like, ah! He was trying to fucking out me. He's trying to out screech me. His girlfriend was beside him, watching who was the bigger man. I was, because eventually after about the 20th, right, I went in. I'd been rehearsing the day before, had my speaker and everything set up. I just turned up to 25% and put that thing up and just put the microphone on my mouth and went, Wah! And just fucking flocks of birds just flew out of trees and shit, because it was fucking scary as shit. And I won. And then I started going, wee dee dee dee, wee dee 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 dee, oh mama way. And he was like fucking, his big yellow head plumage lowered, because he knew I was in charge of the situation. Plus I've been feeding him, the fucking ungrateful piece of shit, trying to outrank me. I was giving him fucking birdseed, right? It's completely impolite for him to be so ungrateful and still trying to take charge. I took that shit from you, I stole it, I'm in charge. Fuck you, fucking cockatoo, right? No match for the polite, beautiful parrots, the red and green ones. They come and landed on my arm and they out of my hand. They were beautiful, but the cockatoo, he was fucking rude. But anyway, I showed him who was in charge. I had the loudest screech, I win. Simple as that. I'm gonna smoke this shit now. This is called cable management. I invented it, but Elio sabotaged it, and now we're not having it. And they've put the power sockets directly behind the computer, so we can't put the computer in it anymore. Oops. Here we go. Nigga monkey.
Have a look at the grass around the posts.
Oh yeah, I was told that dog.
Everybody pisses on it.
Oh, and this is obviously a dog's pissing spot too. He just peed on that spot. Oh my goodness.
Look at this.
Little tiny fluff ball.
Oh, dearie me. Yeah. Oh, look at this.
Oh, this
Are you a steady?
So cute.
Goldens always find each other.
Do they? Hello, Papa. Yeah.
Hello.
2. Well, it's my stepfather and my mum's.
Oh, bless.
It's so cute. Hold your one. Got a new carpet now. And Mr. Jack is here to advertise my little carpet. I'm here to advertise the carpet, little pup. That's your little ping pong ball. Yeah, last night was all about the police and stuff. I'm gonna look at couches now.
Yeah. And my phone.
And your phone. So I smashed. So now I'm gonna have a shower and go couch shopping. And they're gonna make me take medication.
In August 1991, hardliners who opposed pro-democracy campaigners like Gary Whitehead
Smart plug, motion detector. Luckily this strip light here, even though it's switched on from there, is plugged in to a transformer wall socket. So I'm just going to put this smart plug in between that and the wall socket, then link the motion detector to that, so that when I walk near the pantry, it'll come on. Taking off the cover from the ceiling here, and I've taken out this transformer which is plugged in permanently and switched on permanently. So just for safety, I'm just going to turn that off at the wall socket. So now I've added the smart switch. Hopefully this will just switch on, no problems. Okay, put it back in the ceiling, and then I will assign this as the pantry and assign this to activate that. Obviously this is the most cheap and nasty piece of shit I've ever seen. I don't know why the fuck they decided to put this. I spent the last half an hour sweating my guts out trying to put this fucking thing back in the ceiling. Whoever put this up here is a fucking asshole. Okay, just reassembling it for the 7,000th time. I'm just going to try to smash it back up into this fucking hole here. Really, I don't know who's been deciding they're in charge of this operation, but I don't want anyone who was working on this project to ever come back in this house again. This is just fucking ridiculous. Fuck. No. It's fucked. Get rid of that shit out of my house. Anyway, I'm gonna just link this, but I'm going to throw that in the garbage now. And I don't care if there's a hole there forever, because that's not fucking staying. No fucking way. Okay, so I've finished closing off all the blinds in the house because I'm sick of it being looked at by everybody. Now these, we need about 3 times as many power sockets. They'll need to be moved over to the left, and there aren't enough HDMI sockets in the bedroom or the studio. Obviously I need 2 screens to get some work done, and there's only got 1 input there. And going through into the kitchen, before I put this away, I just want to make sure that the pantry light is set to turn off after 60 seconds, and it just turned off. So I'm going to go back in there now. It took a lot of effort to rig up this motion sensor because it didn't understand any commands. There's the motion sensor sitting there and the smart plugs up in there, but it didn't work until I allocated an extra globe, but it works now. So I had to trick it, and I'll link that up to all my Alexa systems, which I don't think I've done that yet, but I'll link it up to Alexa and to Siri as well. So after 60 seconds, the pantry light will go out. Alexa, turn off the pantry. Okay, it does work. Cool.
It's the award for Best Casting in a Short Film. The nominees are Danny Long, The Reality.
I don't know where that goes.
Mum's making the koala. I just made the eagle. It's a really cool mask. It's part of the Shady Waters costume ideas for prototyping. Got these from Germany. Took months to arrive. I'm still waiting. There's a lot of folding on. Is there any way to get rid of the shininess of that? It doesn't matter. It's a nose. It's supposed to be wet and shiny, I suppose. So, what did you think of the eagle?
Hello, I'm
Your hands are wings, remember?
an eagle and I like mice. Are you a mouse? Are you a mouse?
Do flicky head movements.
Are you a mouse?
That's better.
Are you a mouse? Tell me, are you a mouse? Oh, I've got a hoarse voice because I tried to eat a horse, but it didn't work. So now I like mice.
Thank you. And the koala, how close to finished are you?
Almost finished.
The funny thing is, we didn't know how these things plugged into different slots on the paper until we realised we got to fold these little tabs here, slot it through. It's quite a lot of... Just look at how well the instruction book is made. These are just made out of paper, but they are really well made. It's basic origami, but really, it's quite amazing. I'm back in Melbourne. Grey and dishevelled. And yeah, this hairpiece was getting all dirty and disgusting, so I started snipping away at it, cut too much off. Because I think if that was neater, that would be a kind of a reasonable hairline over here, but that's too high. On a brighter note, I did buy 10 more hair pieces from New Times Hair. I hope they're all good. Let me just check that they are. I might see what it looks like inside that box. Hopefully they didn't send me some dead, gigantic, football-sized ferret. All right, I'm gonna go get it. The package sitting above my fridge on my newly renovated house, which is amazing. Still haven't got furniture or anything, but still amazing. Got carpet, which is amazing. I love it. Okay, I'm gonna go get that football thing, and we're gonna open it up and see what it looks like. I won't be cutting those up because I've already cut up some hair pieces, which are down there in one of those boxes in there. I'll be using one of those today on my head, or tomorrow. I don't know. I can't really bother doing it today. But we'll see. On a worse note, my plant seems to be dying a little bit. Look at those leaves. It was so lush last time, wasn't it? For some reason, it stinks. Did they put blood and bone in the fertilizer soil that I have? That's not good. That smells really bad. I didn't know. I don't know. I didn't shit in it. If it smells like somebody has, though, or some people, it smells really bad. I don't know why. I didn't know soil smelled that bad. This is all hair. All hair. That should keep me going for a while. This is probably the biggest shipment of hair I've ever purchased. Wow. That's a lot of hair. So, they all look the same. And they say color number 4, 8 by 10, and number codes and stuff. Yeah, so let's hope this all works out. I'm going to have to do a lot of work on these in the future to bleach the front hairline and so on. But given this is probably more than 1 year's supply, I probably won't just all bleach it all at once, because things might change. I mean, I might get a big bald spot on the back of my head or something within a year. So, but I love it. It's really comforting to know that I'm not going to run out of hair anytime soon. It's really quite reassuring, because there's always a risk that when you don't have enough hair, you're gonna go fucking crazy. But when you have enough hair. By the way, I've started going to a psychologist. Hopefully it's just once, but my father's going to attend. And it was because basically I was just did this little thing the other day where I was just screaming at my mum and hanging off the edge of the balcony threatening to jump. But it's all good now because the psychologist is going to fix me. All right, cool. So now I've got full head of hair right here. I'm going to go and lift up this box. And there. Pull out a new fresh hairpiece, put it on, and put these in storage somewhere in a way that people can't go, what the fuck's that gigantic dead ferret doing there in that box? Because they're all kind of see-through. With the renovations, maybe I should start putting some sort of shelving in here instead of making this a nice big open bathroom so I can store things. So really no storage, except in like wardrobes. But then I won't be having clothing space. Whatever, I'll think of something. All right. Okay, so I got the box down, and look at all these ones I've already pre-cut and pre-bleached. I've got so much hair now, I won't be able to review anything for a long time because I've got all this New Times hair, and it feels like the final countdown. Bleed-oo, bleed-doo-doo, bleed-doo, bleed-doo-doo-doo, bleed-doo, bleed-doo-doo-doo-doo. The final countdown. Imagine me splashing this all over the place and dancing in a sea of hair. That's the slow motion thing that was happening in my head. I don't know about you, but I thought that was pretty obvious. That's what I was trying to portray. I'm going to put this in a bag of some sort so people can't see it. An opaque bag. Reckon this is good? Oops, one fell out. Seems a bit small or something. They wouldn't bother making it undersized, would they? Maybe the plastic undercoat is just really huge. That seems normal. Seems normal. Seems small. Seems normal. I just remember that these things usually came to the edge. Oh well, maybe that's just bigger than usual. It probably is bigger than usual. It doesn't usually walk around like that, because this seems more semi-spherical than semi-angular. Semi-ovaria. What's the adjective for egg? It's got to have something to do with ovum. Ovumarius? I don't fucking know. Anyway, it's semi-avocado-y. This one is not. This is more semi-spherical, like half of a planet. And I'll tell you what, that fits pretty nicely. I might start a new religion now. futuristic religion where we worship obviously technology and await the coming of the Type 1, the dawn of the Type 1 civilization we shall become, when the Type Omega civilizations that created the universe give us mercy and enhance our technology by us simply asking for it loudly with gigantic radio emitters that beam off our planet and every other planet. So our religion has to spread far and wide, creating gigantic beams that go boom, 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 please give us new technology in every language out to the very far reaches of the universe, hoping that the Omega type civilization will hear our call and go, oh fuck, whatever, yeah, here you go. You Type 3 now, boom, go ahead. You now control multiple galaxies instead of one little planet, and you're not just apes anymore. You can fucking breathe in space and teleport anywhere in the universe at will. So there you go, boom. Right, so that's what our religion's hoping to achieve. You know, what do the little priests and everything do on the day they've achieved their goal? You know, I'd love to see a cartoon or a movie on the day everyone who's priest and been telling you, right? What happens on that day when they're all celebrating? This will all come from this fucking semi-egg, by the way. Okay, so what happens? Are they like, yay, we won, we are the champions, and all the priests are carrying their bishop and the pope on their shoulders. We won, we were right, the end of the world is coming. Jesus has come to smite all those who didn't listen to us. Yes, we won, fuck yeah. Heaven, right, fucking yay. All the people down on earth are getting smited now. Yes, we won. We are the champions, my friend. And the Pope's like, yeah. No, I'm not going to be starting a new religion with this semi-ovarian headpiece. No, this is fine. And you know what? I could unwrap all of these, and I think they'll all be fine. Although I have been told they can deteriorate over time. I've never seen it though. This is going in here. Oh, I could start a new religion like this. Yes, brother. What can I do for you, brother? I've been wearing hairpieces wrong this whole time. Alright, put it away. Into little Rudolph's bag you go. Tie that up. Protect them, Rudolph. Protect them throughout the ages. Into the vault you shall rest now. Okay. So, where's the headpiece I just picked up and looked at? Here you go, there's one chopped. This is got a bit of Auschwitz tag on the front there. So this is going to be a bit of a defective hairpiece to an extent, probably just around the back, because from what I remember, these new timed hairpieces were stitched in with the hair going out in all directions. There is some kind of cocktail party or something for writers and actors and things on Friday. It's now Wednesday, so I want to look good. So I'm going to shear my face off a bit, maybe even dye my greys. I'm getting scraggly. But at the moment I'm playing a Plague Tale and watching Red Notice with The Rock, what's his name, Dwayne Johnson, and the other actor from Vel Party Liaison, what's his name? Brian something? Fucking. He's become big since that Party Liaison movie where I thought that guy's a star. And he has succeeded now. It took him a while. Brian? What's the guy's name from Party Liaison? Val someone, isn't it? Can't remember his name. hopefully will come to me because he's pretty famous now. Brian, fuck, brain's not working. Anyway, see, my brain filled up in my 20s, and after that I didn't listen. I didn't understand popular culture. I don't listen. I don't follow music. I never have anyway, but I sort of know about it. I know the Beatles anyway. Beatles, Madonna, and Michael Jackson are the ones I know, and Elvis. Okay, so you can spend days procrastinating about when can I be bothered taking off my hairpiece and replacing it with another one because it's such a big pain in the ass. Because like me, if you're like me, you will want to just keep chucking them out because you're cutting bits off and ruining them, and you just want to just put a fresh hairpiece on every month instead of having to constantly clean it and look after it and maintain it. Now, like I say, these things cost about $100 a month when I get half, you know. If you do want to spend less than that, you're going to have to look after it. For me, I think the best thing to do, right, for me, because I don't want to, I've been procrastinating about changing my hairpiece for a while, and I'll be doing it for days, and I know I've got to do something on Friday. So the best way for me to motivate myself in putting this on is 2 steps. The first step is this. Wet the hairpiece that you're going to put on your head so it's sort of ready, and when it dries out the timer has to reset because you're going to have to wet it again, right? And brush it. This is just one step, okay? Make sure the blonde end is brushed towards because you want to be placing it back up here, assumedly. If you're wearing a partial, I guess some of you are putting them on the opposite direction. Okay, so I've wet it now. I'm going to place it on this towel rack, and the base is going to dry because it's just sitting on that towel. The second step is this. See the way it's been sort of chopped away and it's no longer in good shape. Now I'm helpless. I'm like a turtle on his back, and any plans to just leave the house now or any other thing that I plan to do, open a window even, it's not going to happen. So I'll put that there. Now with the rearrangement of all my furniture and putting stuff in boxes and shit, I mean, I feel like a lot of stuff's been kind of misplaced. But luckily I just found, ooh, I don't know how well that C22 is going to work. You can see how the yellow, I don't know, whatever that is, orange juice, it's split from the rest. It's totally separated. Because it's supposed to be a yellow liquid, right? Anyway. I want to get the glue out. See, I wasn't even planning. I'm standing here longer than I expected. I thought I'd just take it off, go back in and watch the rest of the movie. But I thought, might as well clean it while I'm here, right? So I'm already, inadvertently, changing my hairpiece even though I'm not in the mood. Because I don't want their hair to be sitting there in glue and everything. I thought, might as well just take that off. And even though I think I'm going to stop there, I might continue to just, might as well shave my scalp, right? We'll see how far this goes, because I don't want to be here, but I don't want to sit here with this C22 just sitting there, because that's got a time limit as well. And now I've got to do some reorganization because these have run out. Open this now. Plastics these days are stronger than human fingers. So, in my old age and my wisdom, breaking off sticky tape, I don't do it with my teeth anymore because it recoils and goes brrr, and then it's like a shitty chunk on each end of the sticky tape. So now I just use scissors for basically everything. And the way that happens is I have scissors lying around it all over the place. So I've got scissors available to me. It's a very useful tool when 90% of my life is packaging. Replaced, okay? Take this out. This is what I'm doing, right? Instead of just chunking back in and letting this all flop around, I think to myself, well, I'm old now, I'm all wise and shit, so I'm gonna fold in those edges and go that extra bit of effort. And now it's a nice, more useful box. I still don't make the bed, but I'm evolving to that. Gross. The other thing I'll probably do instead of shaving out this, oh sorry, I might shave it out, I don't know yet. Look at that glue scroggling up all this hair up here. I love just getting rid of rubbish, garbage. That's another thing I have decided to start putting all around the house as well. Bins. I love bins. I love the ability to just chuck out things whenever I feel like it without having to walk into another room of the house to do it. So, like I say, I mean, I was thinking I might just shave this shave zone while I'm here, but even though I'm not in the mood, don't forget I was just about to go back and watch the end of the movie and play that computer game. But now that I'm here, I think I might as well, if I can even find my razor, because it's all been packed up. Can't see it anywhere. But I did find this. That's good. I found that. That's important. Probably best that I organised myself before I did this, but I wasn't planning on really doing it properly. I'll put these here. This is paint for the house, for the walls of the house. Probably could have afforded to put this away while I was at it. I don't know where the lid's gone. Here it is. Okay. If my objective is to hide it from people, I really don't want people to see that sticking out of the box. The other thing is, I don't let people ever see this writing, so it always faces away. And I think this box is probably due for replacement. Given that I've got all nice things now, I'll take the paint back off. Everything takes an hour when you've got to resort shit. All right, putting this away, with the root off. And there's like at least a year's supply. At least. Paint can go back onto that. I don't know how I'm going to solve this shit. Alright, here's another thing that I bought. This is my back of my head mirror extension viewer, right? I made this, I didn't make it, I bought it from Amazon. Now this clips over the top of my mirror up here, and then this bit can flip down and allow me to see the back of my own head and everything. But unfortunately the light is it's too close to the top, so I can't get this clamp in position. Also the weight might lever it off the wall because I don't think the screws really go in deep enough on that mirror. I think the whole thing might fall down and smash. So this is a future project, but as you can see, I'm along the right tracks of building a rear vision mirror for my bathroom. But I'll get that finished another time. Maybe it could come off the ceiling, but I'd have to re-engineer that. And I probably would have painted this the same color as the walls. razor. That's what I'm looking for. Oh wow, I found another one. Look. Also lace release. This is a jackpot of findings in here. A whole bunch of hook tape ultra holes. New bottle of C22. I should probably keep that out actually. Although, this one's already partially open, so I'll be using that instead. No, it's not open. What is? No, it's not. It's brand new. Okay, cool. Anyway, I needed it. I'll try out that other one. Pinking shears. I had some crazy idea that I'd be able to make the front hairline less natural, or more natural looking, less straight across, but this looks so artificial because it's so exact, it's so neat. This doesn't work. These combs that I bought are all too flimsy and useless. Now, still got some nose wax kit here. Here's that thing I said I'd put on my head or on a hairpiece, pull the hairs through and then dye the outside if it was going to be a blonde hairpiece, but it doesn't work, it's useless. It's like a fucking jellyfish I'm carrying around with me. Oh, look at this. This is my label dispenser so that I can put a little circle around the camera on the iPhone, so because it's black against black, and that allows me to see where the lens is. A few cans of Topic for my bald spots and stuff. Still, it's got some bleach, acetone, which absolutely melts the poly bases. I thought it could be used to remove the outer shag. Some two-sided tape if you ever want to wear that on your head. I find it absolutely useless. No sweat, useless, dirty as well. And some shoe polish, just in case I run out of hair pieces. Okay, so couldn't find the razor. A ruler to help me detect how long my hair is, which is currently sort of in inches. Back here, it's 2.5. It's about 2.5. Oh, and there it's 3. 3 there. Oh, it actually goes up to 3 there. And then in the middle, 2.5. That's weird, isn't it? Because I never ended up shaving my head properly when I tried out that thing. Oh, fuck yeah. I found my scissors. That's awesome. Alright, don't have to use these things anymore. Hand soap. Hair product. This is gel. Butterscotch, my favorite vape flavor from Disco Clouds. It's the best. Breath spray. Totally clears my nostrils because I've got shit sinuses. Alright. Can breathe, it's amazing. I need a fucking razor. I've got to have one in this house. I can't even think. There's probably not one in this house now. I don't know where the fuck it is. Shit. Not in those two boxes. I don't know where else it would be. This is gonna be a fucking hours long mission. Let's just clear all the glue out of this. Right. So much better to have brand new ones. Not that it doesn't really matter. It's just that those ones I had to add water to them. I like it better, the amount of moisture that's on them naturally or by default from the factory. Okay, it looks like the glue's all been removed from all of this. I will have a shower, but first I want to shave the shave zone. I can't without a fucking razor. All right. I'll have to keep looking off the air. Okay, so I've got a whole bunch of boxes and stuff lying around. Even though it seems like summer now, it's like 23 degrees still, even though it was the same in winter. And look, I got blinds. It's so good. Thinking of all those times I had the sun beaming into my face and summer's coming, so just in time. I found my razor down here. The back. When you're packing stuff, one of the worst things is strings and cords. They tangle everything together. When the world goes wireless and stringless, it'll be a much better place. Gillette Fusion. Now this is the thick-headed razor that I told you. Oops. That is correct. That is going to fit, right? Little engineering things that put in everywhere. Okay, it wasn't clicked out. Okay, not so. It doesn't seem to want to fit in there. Is this a broken end of something here? I don't know. It's like, I don't know if this is part of a Fusion package, but it's got the same color scheme, doesn't it? It doesn't seem to want to fit in there though. I don't think it's compatible. And I'm not going to do it with my fingers. Hey look, here's another one. Maybe this one will fit. Oh great, it's the same. Well, I've got heaps of these. But this doesn't seem to be right. No, it's wrong. Well, I guess I have not found a razor after all. That's fucked. Shit. I was really thinking I'd solved it. There'll be a rusty old razor in here somewhere. That's organised, isn't it? I haven't smoked for over a year. Really weed. Doesn't count. Being addicted to cigarettes. But I smoke vapes. And people want to get in on that debate, don't they? Oh, which is worse for you? It's all bad, just... Oh my god, I'm fucking blind. Behind this thing, which has lost its cover because it got dunked in hot water. Dum 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 dum. Now this has got those thick edges, which is not ideal, but it is gonna fucking work, so that's awesome. I'm very pleased. Okay. We'll prepare my scalp by making it warm. Somehow that opens the pores and makes it less painful. I don't need a haircut, I need to be shorn. I wonder if I'll shave. Depends on what my hair looks like. I wonder if I'll dye that. See, I don't even know. I'm wondering to you, as well as to myself, I have no idea what me is gonna do. Shit, how would I know? My body just leads the way, I guess. That's what happens when you have no plans for the future. The other thing I forgot to say is, even though I've taken this off in preparation, putting on a new hairpiece, thinking, you know, now I'm forced to put it on, there is a fail-safe, of course, because I did not throw this away, all right? If somebody knocks on the door, or somebody's surprising me by coming over, or some other thing, I can slap it on just quickly. It's still got the residue from the last session, and it will have some stick to it. And I can put a hat over the top of that. So I have that ready, just in case. You don't want to ever be caught. Now after I've done this, I've already gone way beyond what I was intending to do, because I was not in the mood for putting on a hairpiece. But you can get so much more done in life when you're not sitting there hypnotized by the screen. And I mean, if you look back on the years of your life that you've wasted just looking at screens, even though they're most enjoyable experiences, because, you know, edited movies are much more enjoyable than real everyday life. Unless you do the editing in your brain and you have fond memories of something and you go, oh, that was fun. Even though in reality you were sitting around for 5 hours on the day for a 3-minute experience. You should probably get out of the house once in a while. I don't, but you should. And I sort of intend to, if my life ever, if I ever get closure from my father, and that's what this whole protest that's been running for 39 years is all about. Well, it is now. It wasn't initially about that, because he was a very supportive father up until about the age of 9. I could put this on, but it is my intention to have a shower before I place glue on it or anything. You can see how scraggly all those greys are. Right. Like even just like long eyebrows and long temple hairs makes you look a lot older. Like if I trim that, I'm not going to shave my eyebrows, but I can trim them with scissors. I just want to show you how professor-like it's possible for me to look. Oh, they're fucking huge, aren't they? Without maintenance, I'd have very hairy eyebrows. It's a pity my hair's not dry enough to be professory, but you can see how that can do with some improvements. I'll start by trimming the eyebrows just to get that out of the way. Like I say, I was not in the mood for doing any kind of hairpiece replacement or anything at all today. But I pushed myself by simply taking the hair, wetting it, placing it over there, and removing my hairpiece. That set off a chain reaction. So I tricked myself, even though I knew I was attempting to trick myself. It's pretty tricky. All right. So now I'm gonna go watch the end of the movie and stuff, and after that I might have a shower, but I'm in the middle of this game. I don't know if I want to dye that, because when you trim it, it makes such a difference anyway. I'd be back. Okay, I've decided, because I know that I'll end up shaving this with, I did find my beard trimmer, which is fantastic, because I need it all the time. But I know that when I get out and I tweak all of this and I put the hairpiece on and everything else, the final touch will be I'll want to get rid of all of this bulk here. And I'll do it too short and it'll fuck it up. And I'll really want to make a good impression in front of potential producers and filmmakers at this meeting I'm going to on Friday, this cocktail party. So I'm going to dye it. I've got this, I found this, I found this, and I found this. That's all I need to put dye in my hair. But there's one missing ingredient that's really important. And that is when I dip my fingers in, stir it up and put it in, and both hands are going to get covered. I don't know how well that dye is going to wash off my fingers, and I can't find the gloves that came with it. I could do one hand and then just have fingers inside my hand behind my back as I greet people until I have to shake their hand. Or I could try to do this left-handed and then I could shake with the right, which is normal, but it is COVID time, so I could elbow them. Nice to meet you, right? I don't know how it's going to work with handshaking and stuff like that anyway. Might have to wear a mask all night. I don't know how it works. But okay, so here's the thing. I need to make a glove because I don't want black, brown fingers. I don't think the fingernails are going to survive. But I have an idea. These things have gloves in them and I never use them. So I'm going to extract the gloves from this case here. I don't want to pull it all to pieces because it's fully intact. There we go. Okay, got it. I could have tried to do it with the thinnest plastic bag I could find. You know, maybe a fruit and vegetable one, maybe still in the bin somewhere from when I bought fruit the other day. But I've got gloves here now, so that'll be better. Okay, so one for each hand. I'll be able to dye my hair, and I'll hold on to these. Even though these are really disposable, I'll totally be able to reuse them until I buy more gloves, because I'm not that organised. I'm going to go buy gloves. I won't remember to buy gloves even if I write it down. Okay, so I'll be able to dye my hair with that, and that. But I don't feel like doing it right now, so I'm just going to go and play computer games. Well, A Plague Tale. It's a fucking good game, okay? Very, very good hiding and trying to get around corners and escape type game. I love it. A Plague Tale is a really fun game. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a bit of this, shake it, don't know what happens to the stuff inside, put it in here. Okay. Take a bit of this stuff, put it in there like that. Probably too much really, because this stuff should last for ages. Don't know if I'm going to bother dyeing my entire head. Get the gloves. And then stir this together. Smells really good. I'm not going to eat it, but yeah, I can start smelling more of the toxins now. Okay, so then I'm just going to scoop it up with my fingers and wipe it on my hair. Try to avoid my ears a little bit, even though I'm going to have brown dye all over my sides here. Hopefully that whatever colour that's supposed to be is going to fade up. I really can't get it up in there because that can never be cleaned, right, once the hairpiece is on. And it'll be permanently dark underneath, so it would be wise to avoid that area. I feel like my face is a little bit easier to clean than my ears for some reason, so I'm less worried about getting it on this area than on the ears, and certainly I don't want to get it underneath where my hairpiece is going to go either. Dripping it all over the floor. That bathroom is made out of tiles, so no problem. Let's sort of blend it a little bit. Starting to change colour now. So that mix was about 50-50. Obviously I didn't measure anything. Okay, and now I'm gonna wash my gloves. My left hand didn't get dirty by that, by the way, so I really only needed one glove, future reference. Right, shouldn't have washed them yet, I want to clean this out. So I used about 2/3 of that mix. Wasted a bit. This stuff isn't that expensive, hair dye. If you want to have a close look at these brands, so they last for ages. I mean, I haven't dyed my full hair. If you have to do your entire head to remove grey or whatever colour you want to get rid of, you might have to use some more, but this is the product, So Colour, and I've got the colour number 4M, which is 4 Mocha, I think. Dark brown Mocha. Okay, now, just gonna maybe keep the glove on for 1 more second because I wanna not get it on my fingers at all. Make sure it's not in there. Might as well get rid of that as well while I'm at it. Got another one now. Get rid of that. Clean the ear. Behind the ear. All the way. Okay, so it's currently 8 o'clock. I'll leave this until 8:30. I'll set the alarm for 8:30. Then I will jump in the shower. Okay. I can still see it's a bit grey, but... What do I mean but? It shouldn't be grey. I've dyed it. But I maybe didn't put enough on there. But it's been half an hour. I'll wash it off. It'll be a lot less grey, obviously. I'm gonna have a shower. I'll put this hairpiece on. Okay, so I just finished my shower. I'm naked and dripping wet. This fan in the ceiling has a Philips Hue smart plug that is designed to be able to be activated or deactivated by voice control through Siri or Alexa, or probably OK Google. And inside the shower just there, I have a motion sensor, so that when you go inside the shower cubicle, it triggers the switch. Like if I stick my arm in there right now, it'll reactivate. I used a special type of shampoo because of my head scabs, which seem to have mostly gone away because of this stuff. So it really does work. Right, this stuff gets rid of your head scabs because you've got like creatures living there and fungus and stuff that's trying to eat you. The stuff that I put on my eyebrows, I can't find. So eyebrows and sideburns. I can't find it. I rub it in, it's just liquid, and I put it there and there, and then it takes that away. Okay, let's look at the effect. Let me just continue with this because I think it might be useful to you. Head and Shoulders conditioner. Electric toothbrush with Colgate Optic White, Reach flosser, and then a baby wipe, which I keep in the shower now, followed by Listerine Total Care for my mouth. Yeah, so for the first 30 years of my life I didn't clean my tongue, and then I realized I want to clean my fucking tongue. Now it's clean. go and do that. Got soap on it. Rinse it off in the shower first. Still embarrassed by my body fat and everything. Haven't lost weight. That liquid diet thing, it was psychological. I think the first time I did it, back when I was motivated, when I broke up with my girlfriend at the age of about 28, or maybe I was 31, I was about 31 maybe, right? And I went on a liquid diet, but I also walked really far. I went on massive walks every day. Obviously that's going to burn calories, and it does. When you say burn calories, it burns fat. It converts lipids into some kind of constituent components which feed your muscles and go out your waste pipes. I don't know how that works. I used to think I kind of knew, but I really don't have any idea. Like in terms of the stomach being stretched by having too many pizzas in a row and then remaining stretched, apparently it doesn't remain stretched. Well, that's hard to believe, isn't it? I don't know how long it takes for the stomach to recline in size. Decline, maybe, not recline. I feel like an armchair. But I mean, apparently that's not true. What I guessed about the stomach stretching and shrinking based on how much you eat, which is why the liquid diet in my mind was the thing that would work. Apparently it's not true. Apparently there's a nerve that detects somehow, I would have thought due to stretching, and sends a message to your brain that you're full. Apparently it's not to do with stretching of the stomach lining. I don't know what it is that's triggering it, but I would have thought I was right the first time, but apparently I'm not. But if I am right in some respects, that it stretches, sends the signal and says you're full, I'm half right. My other half was it stays stretched for a while because it's all soggy and empty because all the food has been pushed down through your digestive tract, and then it remains stretched and slowly over days and weeks becomes smaller, and that's why a liquid diet never really pushes it out that far, like 3 pizzas again. So you only ever feel like 1 pizza ever again. So I think I answered all the questions about what I use when cleaning myself. Yeah, the big two that you might not use are the floss, which I use every time I shower, and the tongue wipes, which are basically just baby wipes. They don't disintegrate because they're some made of cloth. Don't flush those ones. If you want flushable wipes, buy the Kleenex ones, which are made out of paper and they dissolve. They're still thicker than toilet paper, so you may have to flush twice, but they will dissolve. These ones will block the entire sewage system. So I've learned the hard way. So this is the old one. This is the new one. And the glue is, I can't find the one I was using, so I might have to go and open a brand new glue. Yeah, everything's missing, so I'm gonna have to open a new bottle of Hook Tape Ultra Hold. This one looks like it's not full, so that must have been opened in the past. That's good. I don't know if it's mixed, diluted. It seems diluted actually, but I didn't take the plastic. I didn't take the cover off the signage off, but it's still really thick, look at that. So maybe it's not diluted. Anyway, I'm too wet and sweaty right now to put this on, so I'll dry off, get dressed, and then come back after I've played a couple of hours of A Plague Tale, which is a great game, play it. It's free on Xbox Game Pass for PC at the moment. There's one important thing I haven't mentioned. I just discovered, after all these years, well, I've been told. Anyway, can't find anything in this fucking house right now. Oh, here we go. Right. This is just cologne, it's just a smell, right? But I've been putting it under my armpits, thinking it's going to stop me from smelling, and then after 3 days, I stink. I haven't had a shower, but I still stink. Whereas anti-sweat is antiperspirant. This blocks the pores, which is what I would love to do here, but no sweat and everything doesn't fucking work, and it creates a filmy shit, right? Because look at my armpit, right? This stuff totally works. I don't smell after a couple of days after this has been applied, right? Although, just then it's no whiteness, but... Okay, he's letting me down. Usually there's a white powder. It's barely visible. Well, it must just be at the beginning. Shake it up and everything doesn't do it. Maybe this one does. Okay, so I just sprayed myself a bunch of times. What's 70 times 3 plus 72? Okay, 72 times 4. The way I see it, I don't have to have a shower now for about a week. Or maybe 3 weeks. 72 is 3 days, isn't it? 3 days protection. So forget showering every day like some Neanderthal. Just spray your armpits once every 3 days and you'll be fine. Okay, because that's a whole bunch of rigmarole, isn't it? Getting that done. Okay, so looking at the colour of my greys now. Well, they're less grey, that's for sure. And any staining of the skin at the moment looks negligible, which is good. Okay, now I'm beginning to sweat quite a lot. I just made a big salad because look at the fucking state of me, man. I'm fucking fat. Anyway, I'm going to, because I lean forward to pick something up and my belly is pressing against my legs. It's like new surprises await you as you get fatter. It's like, oh my God, why can't I reach my ass when no, I'm not in that state yet, but you can imagine some people are. I don't know how they do it. You'd have to get a bidet and just hope that the crevice that you're feeling is in fact your asshole, because you've got too many crevices now. You've melted over the sides, you've got 3 assholes at that point. You're just back into fat. And imagine the toilet's like covered, the ceramics are just like waiting to break. The toilet people who invented toilets, and I don't think they've changed it much in the last 100 years, toilets. Whoever's decided that ceramics is going to hold the weight of a gigantic person, because I haven't been to a fat person's house and gone, oh yeah, that's a heavy duty toilet. They've got a special toilet for a fat ass, right? They don't. They've just got a standard little toilet for a normal person. Once you hit the age of maybe 5 years old, from that point onwards, from a little baby, from a 5-year-old, all the way up to fat fuck that you are now, you've had the same toilet. It's amazing. Good job with ceramics. I can't believe they're so strong. Amazing. You'd think some sort of real strong titanium, extra reinforced with like fucking, what are those things that hold up buttresses? Notre Dame. Fuck, I can't believe that place is burned into. That's not on the news anymore, but I don't watch the news much at all, but still, fuck, I can't believe it burned. That's fucked. You look after a place for a few 100 years and boom, somebody lights a match or whatever. I don't know how it burned. It's not good though. I don't think lightning struck it. Could have been an electrical fault and they didn't dust it properly or something. Anyway. The issue of overheating and glue, I still haven't been able to resolve that. I don't think the industry has been able to resolve it either. Walker Tape Ultra Hold. I choose it because it has re-stickability. When it lifts, I can push it back down and it will stay down more than other glues seem to. Does it have more hold than other glues? Mostly, I think. I don't see any other glues that have held better. I've tried a few. So unfortunately, I'm kind of cursed with this problem of feeling really hot and sweaty a lot of the time at the moment. The temperature seems to have cooled down. Not much in this room though, by the way. I don't know if that thermostat is quite accurate. 22.2 degrees Celsius. about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. This is a mixture of alcohol and Walker Tape Ultra Hold. I find it to be better than just Walker Tape Ultra Hold on its own. Just gotta make sure that the stick of the brush is not dripping all over the place. There's one option that I have not yet explored in terms of preventing the lifting at the front hairline due to sweat, and that is what's that cow stuff they put in people? Botox. Botox injections. I don't know if that's vegan or if it hurts a cow to make it. I do care. I don't really want an animal to suffer because I want, you know, a nice hairline. That would suck. But apparently whatever Botox is, when you inject it into the skin, for the next 6 months or so, you got 75% reduced sweat coming from the pores on that site. So I would strongly consider injecting it along my front hairline, because sweat rather than glue melting, and we've got two problems there, glue melting and sweat, are the two causes. But I'd say sweating, I don't know how to split it up. I was going to say is a greater percentage of the problem, because when you got liquid lifting it up, the problem is this glue does melt very easily at about 25 degrees Celsius, about 80 degrees Fahrenheit. But I sweat at that temperature too, so it's hard for me to distinguish. Yeah, so at 22 degrees in this room right now, I'm not sweating. The air's very still in here, so potentially I could sweat if I stayed in here for another 10 minutes. It's muggy enough that the evaporation off my skin is not working effectively, so therefore I could cause problems with me sweating. Now, when I first started wearing a hairpiece, there were no videos anywhere about how to stop sweating, and they made it all sound easy. Just don't sweat for 24 hours. That was the instruction. There was nobody saying, I can't fucking stop sweating for 24 hours, like I'm telling you now. I can't stop sweating for 24 hours. So, it isn't easy to not sweat for 24 hours while it's curing to your skin. I don't even understand the curing process and if it's even true. Because if it does cure in, if it does lock in and dry in a way underneath, it undries when it melts. So, what the fuck? There's no point, unless you live in an extremely cold climate, in which case all glues are just going to work anyway. You don't have to do anything. There's no point in waiting for it to cure. It's just 15 minutes. It just becomes tacky, and that's the end of it. I don't see anything else that you can do to give more longevity to toupee glue, whether it's water-based or like this one, acrylic-based. Okay, so in 15 minutes or more, this will be dry, and then I will place down this hairpiece, and then I'll finally glue that front part there, and then give myself a haircut and style it. Okay, now I need to find my comb. This one. It's not the most recent one, but here's a comb. So, I don't know how people with full toppers comb out glue from the edges of their hair. I don't even know how they place the glue in the first place back there. Unless they pre-glue the hairpiece and then squidge it around and then it gets all in the hair and then you can't fucking help it. I think they use tape. That's what they do. Weak tape that would flip up the moment you dive into a swimming pool or there's a big breeze behind you or something like that. I just cannot understand how tape would hold anything because it's pretty fucking useless. And there's just so much weight and leverage that wind and sweat. But just to get my head around this for a second, people who use tape on the front and the back, or just to the back, right? Because they don't do what I'm about to do, which is get rid of all the bits of glue in the perimeter, which I need to put there because I need it glued right up to the edge. I don't know how people who wear a full topper, who have no visibility to the back of their own heads, and often don't, I think, use a reflective mirror system or camera system. I really don't think they're getting into the back perimeter with a comb like I'm doing now and making sure there are no bits of glue in there. I just think that they probably have a wildly inaccurate hairline at the back. I mean, a perimeter at the back is just all covered in bits of glue or whatever, or they're using tape. Otherwise, I can't see how you guys are doing that. Here's something I need, but I don't have here. Water in a spray bottle. Renovations are fucked, man. I used it the other day. I found some. I think this is actually a different bottle. I'll need this for the hair. Okay. Brand new hairpiece with the Auschwitz tag. So this is the back end, or the middle third, no, the back end of a hairpiece. Don't forget, I got 3 hair pieces, I think, out of these ones that I cut. This seems a little bit lighter than my natural hair. Maybe it's ash, I don't know. Hopefully it matches. That's lucky. Probably best, if you're going to do this, put a hairpiece on, that you have everything you need in front of you before you begin. I feel like the hairline is too low at the front here. Does that mean that there's a gap back here? Or does it mean that I made the wrong size stencil? You don't want it too low at the front, otherwise you lift your eyebrows and the whole thing falls off. Maybe it's correct. Alright. Feeling for overhang. Caps aren't that easy to feel unless you feel glue, but then the hairs have stuck into it by the time you get there with your finger. Just want, before I stick that down, I want to evaluate. Okay, so you can see the exposed plastic there. That's going to have to be cut off because, you know, when you're cutting out a stencil for the first time without tweaking it, you're not, you know, going around the edges and double checking. It's only when you put the hairpiece on that you got to get rid of that stuff. And right there as well, right? That's not good there. But then if I get rid of that, I have to get rid of all of this because I'm cutting out chunks there and leaving this bit. I get the feeling that it might be easier after it's stuck on, but then there'll be residual glue and everything. I'm going to attempt to do it now. Goes all the way to there, from there all the way, and then stops and it's good, and then it's bad there again. So let's see how accurate I can get this. Okay, so if your scissors come down like that on the hairline, right, and it's not being stopped by hairs, it means you've got exposed base. You've got to cut it off or disguise it, but it's a hard thing to achieve. If there is a wavery line there, it probably isn't too bad. Hopefully. I can see some more exposed base over here as well. Probably wise that I am doing this before I put the glue down on the hairline. There will be hairs coming out because it's hard to get that perfect. So I'll be pulling some hairs out of the front here at the end of all of this. I just don't want to mess this up because I need access. I'll do the shedding in a second. There's some curling going on here, but I'll cut that bit off anyway. And this bit here, see how it's hanging down there and I need it to continue up to there? I should probably just take this opportunity to just neaten that up because I just have to assume that there are no gaps. Okay, I'm going to shed it now. Don't tell me there's a gap up there, gigantic gap. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. There he is, isn't there? Would have been nice to have that mirror set up that I failed to create. Or the camera set up, which I never use. You know what, I think I'll just leave that. Will I? It'll be stuck with me for 2 weeks probably, maybe for a month if I don't fix it. The problem is though, there's a gap there and not a gap there, right? So what am I going to do, force that? I could, I guess. And then up here, I can't tell when there's a gap or not really. Because like I say, you can't get plastic right up against the hairline and make it exactly perfect. And right there, that looks like a bit of overhang. but not too bad. I don't know if that gap's too bad either, really, but I don't know, I'll find out. I'm not going to fix it. So right now I'm just going to glue down the front hairline. Exposed base here, I should cut that off. See, exposed base at the front hairline looks like this. It's not good. I don't know if the camera's able to focus on that, but it's too much effort for me to flip the camera around and use the higher resolution camera on the other side of the phone. Anyway, I'll just use the brush to do the shedding at the moment. I can't be shedding with my fingers. So if I do that and turn the brush sideways, that's giving it a bit of a grip to pull the hairs out that I need to get rid of, that I just cut off loose from the front. And leaving this little sort of bumps and stuff. I still haven't decided really whether or not it's better to have these bumpy little areas and stuff, or if they're pretty much just accidents waiting to happen. Because a straight across piece of plastic can never look realistic. If anyone ever sees that you've got a shiny forehead, then you're fucked. You might as well shoot yourself in the face. Like getting your wrist around with the trigger could be hard. I think often if you want to shoot yourself in the face, often people go under the chin. Because shooting yourself in the side of the head, the gun is usually a hand pistol. Usually easy to hold at that distance. But shooting yourself in the face, you really got to twist your wrist. It might be very difficult. You're better off going under the chin. You're going to shoot your face off. In the mouth might work. I think actually if people are shooting themselves in the mouth, yeah, if you hold the gun upside down, you get a better thing. In fact, okay, in that situation, it is actually easier to shoot yourself in the mouth than shoot yourself in the face, because the extension of the elbow doesn't quite work. And I know this because my robotics and stuff. The degrees of freedom on the arm are just, there are 6. Not counting any of the fingers. And I'm just talking about 2 in the shoulder, okay? So, like, rotate and, so X and Y axis rotations. It doesn't really add to the difficulty of pasting the glue with the brush bristles by having a wonky front edge here, because somehow when you press in about 1 millimeter before the front edge, the bristles are forced side on to the hairs, so they can't really drip over the edge in any more effective way, whether it's this little lump here or whether it's a flat area. So I don't know that a wonky front edge is really a major problem. Fuck, I just splashed it. The glue, I mean, all over the fucking bench. I have to clean it up. So having a wonky front plastic hairline, not hairline, but plastic base at the hairline. Doesn't really seem to add too much difficulty to doing what I'm doing right now. Okay, I probably have to use some C22. I'll be throwing this C22 out because it's totally... I guess if it's shaken up, I guess it'll last the test of time a little bit. It's nice to have a new packet of baby wipes. Really, I've learned, I got into the habit of leaving the lid open and it basically makes them all dry out very quickly. So just keep the lid shut on those things. The other thing I have to do is I see a little bit of a lump of glue that wasn't quite smoothed down on my forehead underneath the plastic here. So I'm just gonna use the brush to slide that down. And these little hairs here that seem to have crept in underneath that area, I guess I'll just leave them and pull them out after this is dry and I go to place it downwards. Okay, so with the C22, get some glue on my fingers in. With the C22, I'm just going to spray it on here. I won't throw this out just yet. Probably should though. It still smells like C22, like a barn, like a barn filled with hay and horses. That's what this smells like. Which is strange because it used to sort of smell more like oranges. But now it smells like a barn. Okay, so I'll clean this up and then come back in at least 15 minutes from now to stick this down and give myself a haircut. Apparently, when you choose a bed or a chair, furniture for your house, or even a set of drawers, and they've got legs so you can see through, you can see the carpet underneath, it gives you the impression that the room is more spacious because there aren't blocks going all the way to the floor, ending the room. The room continues underneath the chairs, the tables, although you very rarely see a table that's just gone straight to the floor without legs. With beds, you often see that they don't have legs, just a solid base. So I'm hoping that tomorrow when I go shopping I'll find a good bed with legs on it with a base connected. I need the base obviously and the headrest, which I've never had a headrest in my whole life, but when I go shopping tomorrow I'm hoping to find one, an entire bed for sale. The mattress is already being delivered. Renovations and adding a complete new range of furniture almost go hand in hand. That's quite a big fucking gap over here. I probably should have shifted it. Alcohol. Comb. So even though it's nice to see the floor through the gaps in the case of hair, you really don't want to see the scalp. So unlike the bed frame I'm going to be hoping to find tomorrow, wow, this has actually got some decent hold to it. So unlike the bed frame, I don't want those gaps showing here. If you consider the scalp to be the floor has to be completely concealed in this situation. Or concealed enough that nobody notices it. Let's just hope I didn't cut too much off here. It looks like it's all peeled off here. Can you see? There's no glue here anymore. That's a shame. It's going to cause a delay. Small delay now, 15 minutes is better than having to retouch this up afterwards. Okay, so this is very liquidy, and this is pure. I don't know if you can see, but it's more viscous, but it's less likely to drip all over the hairs, which is why, for safety's sake, in this particular situation, this is all a big drip hazard area. And so for safety, I'm going to use the thicker glue, the pure stuff. No drips. But be careful also not to create chunks. Did you see how much hold that had when I was trying to pull it up? I wish the glue was always like that. It's because I haven't sweated at all yet, and the glue is cool enough in this room, which is still 22 degrees, even though I've got the air conditioning on. It's getting towards summer now. In fact, it'll be summer in about a week. For us in Australia, summer starts on the 1st of December and extends to the end of February, I think. Yeah, so February 28 or February 29 is the end of summer. Strange, isn't it? The rest of the world is all about the equinoxes. We just started the first of the month. So the first day of autumn will be... That's a weird sideways aging spot or freckle or something. I used to think was a spot of glue, but it's just been there for months. Anyway, I want to go play the game with one eye like this and just let that sit there. But I'm not going to regret this. In fact, I won't even remember the pain in the ass it is to fix this. It's not too much of a pain in the ass, but cleaning that up, that little area, is too hard. It's like part of the shave zone that I didn't shave correctly. I should have put my finger there and gone all the way, but there's residual glue there now, so I'm just gonna leave it there until the next time I do a complete hair replacement. Potentially in 2 weeks. Pretty much every 2 weeks I take the hairpiece off and shave my head. And then the following 2 weeks I take it off and throw it away. You can see I've got a lot of hair here, so I'm so glad to have that luxury now. It's a real sense of relief to have a whole supply. So yeah, I'll play the game. I love it. A plague tail, I think it's called. It's good. looking at the greys, they're still there. It's a darker version of grey, but see, the thing is, I don't know if I just lightly touched it on and I didn't put enough in, or if it was that I didn't leave it long enough, or that the mix wasn't, the mix of developer and dye was not correct. I think the best ratio is 50-50, 1-to-1. But I'm not sure. It could have been a matter of time. It could be this isn't the right stuff to use. But really, if I'd done it properly, this should have turned not grey, right? But I don't mind that much, because if anyone ever sees I've suddenly gone grey, I'd be embarrassed. So for them to see I'm slightly grey and I go a little bit more grey and a little bit less grey, a little bit more grey, they don't perceive that. It's just like grey or not grey, like bald and not bald. This is really a good hairpiece. I'm just cutting it now. I just recorded a bunch of stuff, but I hadn't pressed the record button properly. Now just remember, this is the back end of the hairpiece. This is the back of the hairpiece where it would go down the back of your neck. And they sewed it in so well at New Times Hair, in this particular product example, that it's going to be a pretty good hairpiece, I think. Now, unfortunately, I haven't agreed with them in terms of my discussions with them about promoting their products. I said, no, I'm just reviewing it, and I'm going to insult it or swear in my videos or anything else that I feel like doing, because I'm just going to be honest, because the customers matter more than the companies by far, okay? And I side with the customers, not the companies. So if you want me to make an ad for you, it's not going to happen. It'll be a conflict of interest. So they're not willing to do any sort of affiliation or deals or anything like that, even though I'm sure these encouragements for you to go and buy New Times Hair, not all their products are good. Like you saw that, yeah, the injection hairs, that was the worst hairpiece of it. It made me not ever want to use that company again. But I thought I'd give them a little trial, because this is so different. This is just the stock standard thing that everyone's buying these days, which is 0.03 millimeter poly, but it's 0.06 because they couldn't give it to me in medium density. So anyway, I love this. It's really good. I still encourage you. Unfortunately, when it comes to companies, you feel like you have to boycott them if they do a really bad job or rip you off or send you some shit. But because this is still the Wild West, you're going to find companies that are bad at one thing and good at another. And that's the hit and miss level of expertise at New Times Hair, where they failed completely with the injection hairpieces and succeeded completely with the 0.06 millimeter medium density hairpieces. This is extremely good. I believe I just reached for my mouth to grab some scissors, but I've just been speaking. Then again, I can speak with my mouth full. That's not I'm not flirting with you when I say that, by the way. I'm just going to leave it like that for now. When it's longer at the front, you really have an opportunity to have the hairs hold themselves back without flipping out all the time, because they can grip there, like just assume every centimetre is a lock-in point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lock-in points instead of just 4 if it was shorter. That's not how physics works, but it is about how many atoms. Let's multiply that by 1 billion and you'll get the right figure probably. Not that I know that there's only 1 billion atoms in a centimetre of hair. Probably more, I don't know. But obviously grip is increased with surface area. So the difference between 3 and 4 inches is worth considering when you're cutting your hair, because you'll have more of an opportunity. That's what, there's some dye still in that spot there, I think. Still quite grey in there as well. Like I said, I don't know if it was the length of time or the ratio of the developer to dye. Or the coverage. Maybe I didn't smother it enough. Okay, so at the moment I feel like I still need to trim some of this stuff. But if I am going to schmooze with these people on Friday, filmmakers and stuff, and I say I'm an actor, the thing is, people don't look for shiny actors these days. They look for realistic or striking or different, you know. That's why I'm using scissors now to keep my sideburns still a little bit longer. But it's still a bit Wolverine-y, isn't it? What's this? Too long? That's still too long. Oh, yeah, my glove. And another one. Three millimeters too short. 10 to 12. It won't be long enough to cut the sideburns, but maybe it is 1 centimeter. Now the neck, I don't want it dead straight, like just it ends, right? But it will have 2 days to grow. I'm just looking at the micro adjustments here to keep it longer or shorter. I'll keep it at 2.5 millimeters. Because a very clean shaven neck with a dead straight line where the beard begins just looks awful. It's like when people pluck their eyebrows. We're used to girls looking like that. When a man has that, he looks like a cross-dresser. No leading man in history has ever had plucked looking eyebrows. Unless it was a gay leading man. For limited audiences. The exception to that might have been that movie about the first transsexual operation. I mean, seriously, imagine being the first to get that surgery. I'm sure the first person, I can't remember the movie, but I'm pretty sure after they lost their penis and balls, they would have. The doctor didn't know what he was doing. First doctor to ever do it. Maybe he used some cadavers, kept the bodies warm so he could feel what it was like to cut the cock off and fold it inwards and try to make a vagina out of it. But I don't know that they need a vagina. Do they need a vagina? See, from what I've understood, women don't feel anything inside their vaginas. It's just the outside bit, you know, with all the nerves. And then inside you can fucking store shit. Like there was a movie, Bangkok Hilton, where this woman knew they were being locked up for a while, so she took a can opener, sharp edged all over, and just hid it up in there, right? Now she could charge money when anybody needed to open some beans. So I don't understand, and I just, you know, you think that just slowly inserting and pulling out a little bit is going to be really exciting for the woman. It's really excruciating exciting for the man. But the women just like, rub my clit. I should be a sex ed teacher. Not that I know what it feels like to be a woman. I want to be a man who's become a woman. I mean, I know how to tuck my dick between my legs and put lipstick all over my face and say it puts the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again. I don't know how to actually feel what it's like to insert. And also to stab my perineum or separate my balls and go into my ball sack, which I'm not willing to do. I'm sure there's just a lot of soft meat in there. That's why it's a great line in A Million Ways to Die in the West, when the husband or the fiance asks his fiance, female fiance, there's no word in English for male fiance and female fiance, you've got to say. Anyway, the male asks the female, when she first shows him her pussy for the first time, are you in a lot of pain right now? Because he's looking at this thing going, what the fuck, you're missing your dicks. It looks like a major injury. But I grew up like that as babies and just never knew any different. So for them, it's not an injury, it's who they are, where the soul resides. Yes, I should definitely be a fucking sex teacher. Okay, so the bleaching obviously makes this so much better at the front hairline. I'm gonna keep it fairly long. Let's see if the colours blend on the sides. While wet is good. The gap in there could be a problem, but the hair's long enough to always cover that. Back up here. There's a little bit of resistance in terms of hair movement because this was part of the crown of the hairpiece, but it's not too bad given it is the back end. And in here, don't know how bad that gap is. But remember at the beginning I said I feel like it's a bit too far forward on the forehead. A bit too far forward on the forehead. Far forward on the forehead. Far forward on the forehead. It's rare that I find these far forward on the forehead type lines. It sounds good. I like it. I was trying to write a song once. If you can manage like if you can bet something, something, something. I can't remember how the start of the song went, but when you pronounce it quickly, it sounds like you fucking bitch, right? If you can bet for, and like even for country can be thrown into a sentence of absolute cleanliness while still sounding like absolutely filth. There's a new expression for you I just invented off the top of my head. That's absolutely filth. Compliment, I think. Oh, that's absolutely filth. Yeah, like, I think if you did a really good burnout, somebody could say, oh man, that was absolutely filth. Spot on. Okay, you can spread that. Go ahead. Take it. It's yours. Take it. Almost time to start putting on some spray tan and stuff, given summer's coming. Nice to have a fresh hair piece on, nice to have longer hair as well. And nice to have more kempt beard and sideburns. I'll start rubbing that off a bit more in the next shower, because there is a bit of dye there, I think. But yeah, it's amazing how many more auditions I succeed in when my hair is longer. It's insane. But the thing is, with my new agent, I have not had a single walk-in audition. It's all just been remote self-tapes. Waste of fucking time. It's a numbers game. It's because my agent isn't big and I haven't pushed myself. I haven't gone for a go-see. I haven't gone and met with all the casting directors. So when I'm sane again, somewhere out there, I will then go and put a suit on or something, or t-shirt or whatever giggity goo goo I need to wear to look good. But I'll probably have to lose some weight as well, because otherwise they'll go, yeah, fat guy. Who needs a fat guy? Does anyone need a fat guy? You want a fat guy? Fat guy. Background extra. Yeah, we need fat extras. All right. So all I have to do is walk around a bit, and I'll be thin enough to fucking go on television instead of all this shit. Anyway, when I stand upright and I wear a shirt or jacket over the top of my fat, it's somewhat hidden. So I'll get away with it. Yeah, this is, it's gonna be a pretty good hairpiece, I think. It's got a big curl here because this is the back end, but it's totally controllable with hair products and stuff. I've got this handful of hair which I'm just about to walk and put in the bin, so I'm gonna say sayonara, and I'll see you later. One more thing I forgot to mention. By the way, how cool is that green screen? These shoes are from, what's that logo? Timberland. They're heavy, right? And they're hot and stuff, but look how big the heels and the base. Now I'm 6 foot tall, so I've never felt shorter than most people or anything. In fact, I feel sorry for tall people in planes and the back seats of cars and stuff. But yeah. Everyone says I'm tall now, and all I'm doing is wearing these boots. They're good looking boots. Unfortunately, a murder was committed for me to wear them. But if you can find some that don't require murder of an animal, get tall heel boots. Not ones that make noise like some kind of pussy, but it is interesting to add an extra inch or two to height simply by wearing heeled boots. It's quite amazing. It makes you actually walk differently. You have this upright, you're forced to sort of, you've got this sort of jump in your step that you can't help people probably think you're taking the piss when you're walking. Maybe it's just I'm getting used to it and I'm sort of high heels. That's like a big step between everything, but I look like Robbie Williams in that music video of Kids with Kylie Minogue. So yeah, it's amazing. Go an extra inch and a half or 2 inches in height with heeled boots. It actually is worth trying out. Now these were about $200 or something, so maybe 195. But shoes last for 5 years, so invest in shoes.
Misa hangover, bigongo ladana.
This really is the most comfortable, one of the most comfortable apartments I've ever been in my whole life. Now, in terms of the rubbish bin, given that we've put the washing machine and dryer here, I've got the oven working by that way. I'm cooking lasagna right now. This oven's awesome as well. See, that shows it's just still heating up to 200 degrees. Now, where's the bin? It's over here, in the pantry. Well, what about all that extra storage room? Well, we've got a lot of that. Lots of storage space for food and everything else. Put the bin in there. Got a pretty clean kitchen. All very useful, usable. Big, open, wide dining room. Living room spaces. It really is luxurious, really. Alexa, turn out the main area. Alexa, turn off the main area. Oh, she's slow today. Okay. Back to the city view. Oh, almost forgot. My fridge was cooling down like Coke. So I went out last night, and yeah, it was a function for people in the film and television and stage industries. All composers, directors, actors, writers, all sorts of industry people. It was pretty interesting to schmooze with them. I've never really done it before. Not as a grown-up, that completely different feeling. Don't know if it went well with me. I mean, I was hanging out with my friend who's a writer, a family friend. She's about 60, and she's going to come over tomorrow and be a newsreader in a short film that I've written, because she's trying to encourage me to apply to get into this writing camp for filmmakers. So I've got to make a little short film, and I wrote one about Elon Musk committing suicide because his wife leaves him. Probably set in about the year 2023 or something. So he's married to this woman. I think this would be his third wife. And she leaves him because Joe Biden passes a law repealing alimony laws because of the women's rights movements, anti-chivalry, that sort of thing. Women are deemed to not need men's help because they're self-sufficient and they don't, they can work if they want, etc. Blah, blah, blah. So alimony has been repealed. And so billionaires all across America are losing their wives. If this is, according to this news report that I've written, she's the 400, her name's Grimes. I've made it Grimes. She's a Canadian singer. I don't remember her actual name, but I've written that into the script. And she's the 423rd woman to file for divorce this week since the laws were changed last week. And so all the gold diggers suddenly break the hearts of their billionaire husbands instantly. And so Elon Musk, in his despair, remotely disconnects the Dragon capsules from the International Space Station stranding astronauts. And he detonates some explosives at the Gigafactory. And he shuts down, or he activates the emergency shutdown protocols for the Hyperloop between Los Angeles and San Francisco, stranding 11,000 people underground with no power and therefore no life support systems in their pods. And they've got about 15 minutes to live. So this is where the news article takes place, the news report takes place. So she, my friend, the newsreader, she'll be reading the news, which I've written, and it'll cross live to me, and I'm a news reporter over in Los Angeles talking about there being 11,000 people underground between Los Angeles and San Francisco. I'm outside the Hyperloop station with probably red and blue flashing lights. And the way he killed himself, Elon Musk, was he went into a modified rocket-powered Tesla and drove off the edge of Griffith Observatory Plateau and down to the base of Mount Hollywood and smashed his car and killed himself. And they found his naked body earlier this morning. So this report having been sort of mostly concluded, even though, you know, we wonder if these people are ever going to survive, because the technicians are trying to undo the emergency protocols, so they could survive, but it looks like they won't make it in time by the looks of things. And then so the news anchor once again speaks to the camera about how since how things have changed due to this anti-chivalry movement, you know, based on that whole idea where you hold the door open for a woman and she says, I don't need you to hold the door open for me, I think I'm weak, right? Or something gets angry at you. So that's all been made sort of illegal and so on, or just not socially acceptable. And so they talk about how not only women's rights and Me Too movement also going hand in hand with gender issues, where gender identity can be whatever you want it to be, really. So basically all sporting records for women have been smashed in the past 2 years. All of a sudden. By trans women. So, yeah. And in further news, of the 893 survivors of the Princess Italia cruise ship that sunk off the coast of Morocco last week, one of the survivors had this to say, because all the survivors were men. Thank God we live in politically incorrect, thank God we live in politically correct times now. If we had lived in the olden unwoke times, I would have had to give up my seat in the lifeboat to a woman or a child. But now the women have got everything they ever fought for. So thank God. Saved my life. So that's the sort of the feel of the story. Can't remember how it's going to end or whatever. I'll have to probably write the ending tomorrow based on what I feel works, or in my editing process. I might have a sign off with some interesting one-liner. Obviously nobody's going to believe this news story or anything. And I'll have to invent a news channel and a logo. Yeah, so I went out last night to this function and sat around and talked and walked around and met interesting people. And then we went to an after party at a bar nearby, and yeah, I was talking to a few people, comforting an Indian guy about his feelings of not being treated nicely and stuff in Australia, because he's in a minority and he looks different coloured skin and so on. So I totally related with him and comforted him and stuff. And then there was this other guy, this Māori guy. I'm part Māori, so we have some sort of connection in the sort of like, you know, he's more Māori than me. I've been told not to say Maori. Māori, they say, anyway. But he corrected me and said Maori. So, I don't know, they've got a very fussy way of saying it. I might as well just say Maori the way I always said it in the beginning, if he's going to correct me. Nobody's gonna get confused. Anyway, so yeah, we wrestled a bit. He punched me a few times, and I was not real punches, just play punches. But later on, when we were leaving it, after the end of all of that as well, I spoke to a French music composer who makes songs for TV and movies and stuff. And I spoke to a director of photography, interesting people I wouldn't normally speak to, and asked him about my green screen setup in here and stuff. And yeah, we went after this mighty guy. He had a fucking, when we were scuffling, a knife dropped out of his pocket. It was a switchblade. I said, "What is that, a spoon?" And he pulls it out. He said, "This is the sharpest knife you've ever seen." I'm like, "Okay. You want to go for another drink?" Because I didn't suspect he would. You should be a bit disconcerted if somebody shoves your knife in your face a little bit, even because they're drunk and falling and stuff, right, with a knife. I didn't really. And anyway, this other guy, I ended up spending the night with him, and he said he was some top film director. Kept on saying, "Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I've got all the money in the world." I said, "You're a little kid, all right?" Because he was 33. "Look, there's no way you've done more in your life than me. There's no way you've got more money than me." I just kept on trying to keep him smaller because he kept on trying to make himself big. "I can give you opportunities," he said. "All right, come on, let's go." He was big. At the beginning he said, you guys promise you won't hurt me because I'm feeling very unsafe right now, okay, with you and him, all right?" I said, "Look, we're not going to hurt you. All right, kill him." No, I'm just kidding. And then we ended up walking. It just ended up being me and him. I didn't know if he was gay because he was doing a lot of, I don't know. He didn't seem actually camp in any way or anything, but the drilling of questions and weird stuff he was talking about. And we went to this bar and he kept on dancing with men, all sort of stuff. And I went into the bathroom and some guy just said, "Hey buddy, come in here." He was all sweating and shit. "Here, do you want a line?" I said, "Wait, my dick's in my hand at the moment. Do you want to just wait a sec?" And then he reached out with a $10 bill out of the toilet stall and just shoved it up my nose, and I went, and that was the last of my interaction with that guy. And then this big guy comes in, the guy I'm hanging out with, keeps on telling me, "You know who I am, this is my name," and blah, blah, blah. And then later on, he was sort of punching me a bit and getting more sort of drunk and aggressive. "You don't understand," or something, right? And then when the place closed down, we sort of got kicked out a bit. It was lights up anyway, I think, at that point, so we just, maybe not, maybe we got kicked out. Anyway, he was going to cause trouble. He was falling over on people on the dance floor, and he was about to get kicked out. He fell on the DJ desk at one point, you know. And yeah, we go out in the street and start walking down the road and seeing if there's anything else open, but he doesn't care because he wants to tell me something very important, that his brother is not a nice man and stuff. So yeah, so he was crying and I was giving him a hug and everything. I took him to McDonald's and we got him some thick shakes and stuff. And then, yeah, he was losing his mind a bit. But I got him into a cab before I left, made sure he was safe. But he was going to kill me for sure. No. Yeah, he was threatening. He was just a couple of times, like, "I'll fucking kill you if you ever did that." You know, I said, okay, dude, come on. It's okay. You're all right. You made friends so easily. You've got so much to offer and stuff. "You want to fucking kill you?" "Okay, it's okay. You can if you want, right?" And then, yeah, I eventually caught a cab home. Got home by about sunrise, pretty early. And I'm hungover today. And tomorrow I'm filming that scene with my family friend. She'll be the news anchor. Talking about Elon Musk having died today. But not today, 2023 somewhere. Which is in the future for me, but maybe in the past for you, depending on when you watch this video. Since the house has been renovated, everything's been put in boxes. Even the sensors for this room. Wait for that fucking thing to shut up. Yeah, look. Put this on a couple of days ago and it's already annoying me because I guess these edge bits here, even though it's probably as good as a hairpiece is usually going to get, it's just the glue's all shed and the fade in at the front is always rotten, you know. But, you know, once it's stuck down and everything, this is the arse end of a hairpiece. The other thing that's annoying me is that because this is the arse end of the hairpiece, this is the crown, so it's starting to stick up here. So that's why I get this bump here. I don't like the bump. If it was the front section of a hairpiece, it would all just be going forward and smoothly let my hand slide from the back to the front without hitting this lump here where the hairs sort of change directions. Most of you who are not trying to cut partials out of a full hairpiece and use the back and the sides and everything wouldn't have to deal with this kind of problem. Right now, in terms of this lighting, I feel like I don't look as disheveled as I do when I look at myself in the dark room, like this kind of lighting. I just look, this is how I'm looking in the other lighting, but yeah, the big lighting, it changes everything. I might want to go back to a shorter hairstyle, even though I feel it's a more natural kind of look and easier to blend hairpiece with natural bio hair. Still, it all depends on styling the hair, I guess. So I guess I should have a shower, but I can't really be bothered. I've been watching True Story with Kevin Hart and Wesley Snipes. It's really good. Surprisingly not comedy, it's an action sort of thriller, and I'm really enjoying it. I recommend you watch it, and definitely play A Plague Tale if you like computer games. This is an awesome story, A Plague Tale: Innocence. It's amazing. It's free to play on Xbox Game Pass at the moment. All right, yeah, I might have to start going through these boxes soon. Okay. Check out my $50,000 renovations. Wow. Gonna get a new microwave, brand new stove, brand new oven, right? New fridge, and all new carpet, new paint on the walls. Still waiting on the couch. And I just installed a newsroom. Come with me.
More than 900 survived. All were men. There weren't enough life rafts for everyone. If the world was still politically incorrect, I would have felt compelled to give up my seat. Thank God we have equality now and women got everything that they fought for. Well, I'm Catherine Goodman with CBC News. Stay with us as we keep you updated with the breaking news as it unfolds. Thank you and good night.
And cut. Nice work. I'm just making the making of.
Oh,
I just think at the end,
yes.
I don't think you can say thank you for watching and good night.
Oh,
it's
yes,
just like saying goodbye.
Yeah,
as you just say, you stay with us.
Stay with us.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So just don't add that
I'll
bit.
cut that off.
Oh, cool.
You can always cut that off.
No, because we need you to sit there in silence as I zoom away from you or some
All right.
other thing.
Okay.
So yeah,
Okay, thanks.
just composure at the
So
end.
do you want me to do it again?
Yep, we'll
From
do it again.
wherever?
We'll do it again. I'm going to take this off now. I'm going to take all these boxes and I'm going to put them in my bedroom. And I'm going to make this bathroom more spacious. Not now. It's not as late as I thought, actually. I just had a block of chocolate as a snack. It was delicious. Now I'm sick of Ultra Hold. I remember this was useless, and its packaging was shit too. That's the remnants of it. It was something plus or something. But this is Ghost Blonde. This is tape. More tape. I'm not going to be using tape. Here's that spiker I used to use to try to get the sweat coming out through the hairs. Didn't work. Lace release, not much use to me. Nose waxing kit. Different brand. Haven't waxed my nose in, I don't know, seems like a year. Oh, this is that old brand of alcohol I used to get for keyboards. This is the one that I've got more of now. Yeah, that's fine. Just alcohol. Oh look, an unopened canister of Topic. Doesn't quite match. Oh, look. Ghost Bond Supreme. Various bits and pieces I got with those mixing bowls for the hair dye. Some more Walker Appletrold. Oh, check this out. Walker tape. Sensi Bond. That's just basically super glue. It's hard bond. It doesn't do anything. It's just super glue. Cyanoacrylate. What that was called. If you can read that, you're a better person than me, because I can't read it. So I'm going to try one of these three. Ghost Bond Supreme, and Ghost Bond. Are they the same? Yeah, I guess they're the same. Oh, that says Ghost Bond XL. Was that extra large? That sounds trustworthy. For today's experiment, I will just try Ghost Bond. So I'll get rid of this thing. Oh, MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and I better not wake up the neighbors. Now I'm going to sit down at a desk and peel all this off. I'll shave my scalp. Then I'll apply the Ghost Bond with my finger to my scalp, then to the front edge with my finger. You know, I get the feeling I could pre-glue this whole thing. The problem is, see, when you pre-glue your scalp and then you place this thing down, you scribble it into position, etc., it doesn't always land exact, and therefore you've got a gap here with glue painted here, and then this starts, you know, a millimeter in, and then there's your real hairs getting caught on that area. Also, me reshaving this will give me an opportunity to get rid of those tiny little 1 centimeter hairs that should have been shaved off the first time I shaved it. So first of all, we'll just prepare my scalp for a sec. C22. From my memory, Ghost Bond has no re-stick property, so if it does lift out in public in the real world, I better have a fucking hat ready to go. The other thing I've taught you in the past, which you probably already know, is if your hair is shorter, the hair can't act as a sail and flip up very easily. So short haircuts are better for wind resistance. But if the hair cut is less than 1.5 inches long, then the hairs will just stick straight out and you will not be able to brush at all. Whereas this length I've got right now, about 3 inches, gives me a lot of styling possibilities. And given that I've started dyeing this every time I change my headpiece, once a month or so, the greys are no longer limiting me in what I can choose to do with my hairstyle. So I'm glad I kept that option open. Just once again, in case you want to dye your greys away, I get these two things. Write that down. Also bought this to get rid of the hairs on my ass. I'm a catch. I don't know why I don't know why I'm single. Seriously. Apart from the fact that I could not be fucked. I cannot be fucked. I am not fucked. I'm not getting any fucks. Couldn't give two fucks. Can't even receive two fucks. I'm off the market. Because I'm old MacDonald, basically living in a storage house. And this shit's all underfoot. Okay. Where's that shaver? There we go. It's the only one I can ever find in this house anymore. Not the best thing for shaving that area, but I'll give it a go. I just watched James Bond Spectre because I'll be going to see No Time to Die, which is the sequel, at the cinema on Thursday with my cousin, the one who tells me the truth about whether my hairpiece looks shit or not, which is good because a mirror is no match for somebody who can see your head from the outside. And I think the best way to get the truth out of her, if I think she's being polite, is just insult her, and then she'll tell me exactly how it looks. So, you have a symbiotic relationship. I pay for the movies, and she tells me my hairpiece looks like a doll's hair. So then I know, all right, how does it look like doll's hair? Tell me exactly. This bit here looks too fake, that's too much of a straight line, this is shining in the sun, etc. And from her, I can make tweaks. But I only see her once every couple of months. And we don't always just talk about hairpieces, in fact we rarely ever do. Piece of timber here that I need to cut around the basin using a router or something, which I don't have. Just that I had to cut ties with my brother-in-law a bit because he was insensitive to my life's mission to win my father back. So he stopped doing the renovations and we had to replace him. My mum and I. This is my mum's house, apartment, but I have a say in the renovations because I live here. And I'm paying all the rates and everything. I could try to pre-glue this with Ghost Bond Natural, that's Bond Original. I just shaved the other day, actual shaving, like proper with that thing I just used. This, I shaved my face with this. I was in the shower, so my pores were open and it didn't hurt. And then underneath there were all these red injuries and stuff. So I've got some sort of fungal infection, which is why I gotta keep putting this kind of thing on my skin and that other special shampoo. But I think the most important thing I should be doing is having more frequent showers because I've stopped bothering with life a lot. So I've got to care, apparently. Otherwise I'll be covered in scabs from head to toe. I don't know what that discoloration is. It's like chocolate. Pimple. Not quite ready. Alright. I'm going to use my thumb to get rid of all this while I sit and watch the start of Brightburn or something I haven't seen yet. So, yeah. By the way, A Plague Tale Innocence, best game. Not the best game ever, but still awesome storyline. Fun to play. I highly recommend it. If you've got Xbox Game Pass or Xbox Game Pass for PC, then it's free for you. I'm just gonna rub that in with my finger and clean this off. Okay, so I've spread it on the edges. I know you're supposed to do, I don't know, 17 coats of this shit to make it work or something in like 24 hours before wetting yourself. I don't know about that. But it sure is harder to get it accurately around the edges when you don't have a brush. So I'm going to have to clean off all these side hairs before they all dry out. Okay, so far that's 20 minutes drying time. Still wet. I've been watching Brightburn, the movie starring a little kid. This has been drying for half an hour. The reason I mentioned the kid in the movie is because I thought, why would adults, grown-ups, be interested in watching movies with kids in it? I always thought, wait, what? That's reflux. Why would adults, I mean fully grown adults in their 40s, be interested in watching football players or athletes who are all in their 20s or teens even? Isn't that too immature? Isn't that like watching little kids play in the sandpit? And when you watch a little kid on a movie or something, isn't that just like, who cares? It's just, they're not grown yet. They're not of interest to us. Because I know that for children, watching grown-ups is not very much of interest. But the thing is, it's all about the theme, it's about the story. So this little kid's got superpowers, whatever. Same with Stranger Things. It's all about kids, but they're swearing their heads off, so it's not for children. It's like South Park. It's got kids only almost. But yeah, it's a storyline. So as I get older, I guess I'll continue to be looking back at younger people and watching their lives, but also watching older people's lives as well. Maybe it's just kids who don't watch older people, but older people do watch younger people. I never really understood that. But it's got to be adult content. I think the script has to be for adults. You can have an entire cast of young people, like in the cast of Stranger Things. But there are grown-ups there, so that's all right. I don't know what it would be like if Stranger Things had 0 adults. I don't know if I'd still watch it. But things watching Harry Potter or something. See, I have no problem watching that, but that's more children-centric, right? It's all very formulaic and set up, and nobody ever bleeds. Okay, so it's not like, for example, Game of Thrones. I mean, look what happened to Reek in Game of Thrones. That would not happen in Harry Potter. Okay. Half an hour. Not completely dry still, but it should be dry enough, right? Where is everything? I need this. So I didn't put any glue on my head, and this is only one coat. The instructions, if they're not microscopic, would say something like, yeah, well, they are microscopic. They're tiny. I can't read that. They say something about multiple coats, but if each coat is more than 30 minutes, I'm not going to be standing around here all day doing that. Okay, I'm just going to spray this on and smooch it in. Hopefully it won't create a gigantic smudgy area here and back here. You can see this hairpiece has not got a great amount of good hair here, and because it's the back end or side edge of a hairpiece, this is all fluffing in the wrong direction as well. But it's mostly good for a back end of a hairpiece. Can't see what's going on. It feels really cold, unusually cold compared to the other glue, and very sloppy. And that has no grip whatsoever, but it is holding in certain places back there, so it must have some potential. I'm going to try to give myself a 1mm gap here. Right then it had no hold whatsoever. So I guess at the moment it's got about the same amount of hold as water. Yeah, but the alcohol's evaporating, so I feel like it's got increasing amount of grip now. It's really hard to position this. The grip is increasing. It's so hard to position. Feels kind of tight. It's different. It's a very different feeling from Ultra Hold. I'm going to spray some water in it and brush. I know it's a water-based glue, but this is poly, so the water can't touch the glue. The stick's feeling fairly solid at the moment. This hairpiece still has hair product in it, hairspray actually, which is very difficult to wash out with that shampoo and conditioner. So, and I haven't, I'll just wet it earlier. At the moment that feels kind of right, but it would just be a miracle if it was in exactly the right position. I need more water. I actually need water mixed with conditioner, I think. But then again, it would hurt when it gets in my eyes. So there's no front edge to do a final attachment to because I already put it there. Therefore, my attachment is complete. Now it's just a matter of hoping that it doesn't come off and keeping my hat close by at all times. Until I've gained faith in this product, even though in my previous experiences it's never worked for me. But at the moment it feels like it's got very good hold. Although right there it's lifting already. It's kind of dirty. I'm just going to leave it all just pressed down and try not to mess around with it. There's one layer of Ghost Bond Original and pre-glued hairpiece with that and some alcohol spray so I could jiggle it into position. On a freshly shorn scalp. Okay, I'll just leave that. I don't want to be brushing against. That's lifting again already, see? That shouldn't still be lifting. See that? It's still lifting. Stay down. Okay, so let it cure. We'll let it cure. It's not staying down. It doesn't behave like Ultra Hold. Ultra Hold would just stick back down straight away. Do you think it'll stay down if I just leave it there? Or I need to add alcohol? Or I don't know. I'm just going to spray a bit of alcohol in there so it's got its best chance. Otherwise, I can tell you right now the Ghost Bond just failed again. We'll leave that to just evaporate of its own volition and not touch it. Okay, I just woke up. This is the bit that I pressed down, right? Don't want to put any pressure on it, but it doesn't feel like it's lifting anymore. It had no re-stick strength at all. There's a bit of lifting here on this edge. Overhang maybe. Bit of overhang, tiny amount here. The glue can't be blamed for overhang at this point because I had no visibility when I was placing it. It's not 100% placed well, but I want to have after I have a shower. Well, I'm supposed to wait 24 hours. I'm going to go see the doctor today because, you know, lots of stuff happened with the threatening to kill myself and police coming around. So I've got to have this healthcare plan thing, so I don't have to end up being taken off the handcuffs and put on suicide watch. I hate it when they do that. So, good excuse to have a shower, and I should have a shower, so I don't have those bloody red marks under my beard, because God knows what's happening under my skin. I'm fat, really fat, and I'm delicious. So the bugs are trying to eat me. So I just had a shower with hot water after putting on Ghost Bond about 12 hours ago. I want to brush it, but not strongly. I don't trust that it's strong. It's not like I can feel it slipping around or anything. It's just, I just don't trust it from previous experiences. Now this could be a glue that, unlike Ghost Bond, has very little re-stickability. That bit down the front sort of did stick overnight, but I think throughout the evening, over a 12-hour evaporation period, potentially at some point in the night I didn't sweat, so it gave it a chance to bond. But if it's summertime for you, like it is for me here, or at least it will be in 2 days or something, 1 day maybe. Don't know what the date is today. So December 1st for us is summer in Australia. Well then, there's no chance of not sweating for me every single day until March, during which time the hairpiece will want to crawl away. So that's dirty at the front there. In my experience, this dirt line that happens on poly somehow is happening on the top surface. So if you get a baby wipe and you wipe downwards, now I don't want to risk any sort of lifting here, but I'm just showing you how it's done. Right, you go along the front hairline, you do that, and amazingly, it's on the surface, on the outside of the hairpiece. How does that happen? Well, there's no other explanation that I can think of apart from at the front of the hairpiece, it's got holes in it, and it's oozing out, and then dirt. I don't know. It plagues my mind. So just doing this lightly, brushing lightly, is not causing any lifting, which is good at this point. Even up on this corner, which is a major, although back there, it's totally lifted. But that could have been because of the way I placed it with overhang or something. But you see what I mean? If I start picking at this, see with Ultra Hold, I just press it back down and be done, right? But this has no re-stick. There's no re-stick at all. Once it's off, it's off. You know, with Ultra Hold, that would stick back down, right? Give me another week. A week of weak hold, but a week. So I'm thinking, could be that this glue, Ghost Bond, has no re-stickability, which means you get no second chances. If it comes off in public, you're fucked, right? Whereas with Ultra Hold, you just squish it back down and just hope nobody notices, and it will stay on because it's always wet under there, not dry. Just feeling that now. It feels fairly dry, even though I feel sweaty. Do you understand? I've got two definitions of the word feel there. My body, all the nerves, the rest of my body feels sweaty. In fact, you can see the shininess. That's not just from the shower water, I'm actually sweating. But up here, with my fingertip, the sensation on there is not wetness at all, which is very surprising. So I may just spray some alcohol into that and try to repair it. And press it in and just kind of pray to Jesus that will stay where it is right now. Over there, right now. Right there. Right there. Right over there. Over there. There. It's so isn't it? American accent. It's like something stuck. Under their tongue. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time enunciating right now because, in fact, I have a razor blade stuck under my tongue. Okay, so you see how it started flaking off on its own there? That's when I need this. That's why I use this. Let me start that again. Tired of flaky eyebrows? Sick of picking away scabs from your sideburns? Well then you need this. Dermaid. Dermaid now with 1% solution will eradicate those pesky rashes and scabs once and for all. May not work first time around. I mean, I cut that out short if this can continue it. Yes, that's right. If you're experiencing itching, scabbing, dryness, soreness, tingliness, redness, rashiness, or pinkness, you need Dermaid. Now with 1% solution. 1% solution. The 1% solution. Dermaid. The 1% solution. Ching! Have you ever seen the show Tipping Point? I've told you about this before. My bench is like Tipping Point, and because it's hot, all this has melted. I'm going to replace it, I think. Look fat, you saw how fat I am. I'm going to go and do some shit. So apparently it's 30 degrees outside. That's 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Is it? No, 25 is 80, yeah. 20 is 70, 25 is 80, and then 30 is 90. Yeah, so it's about 90 degrees outside. Even though I've got the air conditioning on and a fan on me and everything, I am sweating. And this patch back here that I stuck down about an hour ago has not reattached at all. In addition, I'm feeling peeling up on this side as well. I'm reluctant to even brush my hair at this point, but I do have to because I'm shooting a little short film that I wrote. Now, the problem with long hair like this, which is down to my nose tip basically, is that you have to style it. You can't just let it fluff, but it has the weight to hang in a way that doesn't ever reveal that you're bald, unless you're wearing Ghost Bond, in which case it might just peel off your head. I just don't trust this stuff. Look, I stuck that back down. Oh, it's peeling even more. It's peeling even more. Oh, it's got no stick at all. It's peeling off. I have been so gentle with this. It's so gentle, and it doesn't want to stick back down at all. I'm just going to spray some alcohol in it. I just don't trust. I'm going to have to wear a hat. It's fucking hot. That'll make my hair sweat, make the extreme sweatiness between my scalp and the Ghost Bond. On this side, peeling off the edge a bit. Okay, well that looks like it was already extreme overhang. So I positioned that incorrectly there. Unlike the other side, which is not a problem with positioning. So that's not sticking because it was never stuck down in the first place. Maybe I need to refine my stencil again. That's wrong. Now I'm kind of sick of having crunchy stick together hair, so I might just go with something with very little hold in it, even though I don't want the hair blowing around in the wind and stuff. Like imagine if it's windy outside, and I can see it, it is windy because it's outdoors, there's wind at nearly all times, there's some kind of wind. So any wind coming from here is going to do that to me, right? Because Ghost Bond has no stick. And that alone is reason enough to never use it again. Unless there's something about the 24-hour curing process that just rock solidly stops it from moving. That's the one reason I'm holding out with the rest of it. The 24-hour curing period, is it really as legendary as people seem to care about it? I don't know, does it really give you a month hold? For me, it's given me less than 12 hours. It will give me less than 1 hour hold. This bit here is in position. I mean, extremely fragile with all of this. I really want to see that this has worked, and then I'll try to work on seriously being disciplined about not sweating at all in the middle of the hot summer for 24 entire hours, which I think is actually impossible. How do you not sweat every day in summer? Tell me, have you ever been through a day in summer where you didn't sweat? Not that you can remember every day, but it's natural to sweat, okay? Your body just sweats. That's what it does, okay? So what I was saying was, I was thinking about something more like using this as a hair product, which is just oil. Has no hold at all. All it does is keeps the hair a little bit non-dried out. Not wet. That will evaporate. The water will evaporate. So the oil is basically just an anti-frizz. No hold to it. See, I can't brush that. I've got to walk out the door in about 3 minutes to get to the doctor's appointment. As I'm walking, I want to burn some calories. So it looks like I'm going to have to wear a hat, unfortunately. So I keep revisiting this every couple of years, and every time I do it, it's just been a waste of my time. This area is still holding, which is good. And I do want to see what it's like with the 24-hour curing process. So what time did I put it on yesterday? Wait a second, it was the middle of the night. It was almost about 3 o'clock in the morning. So about 12 hours ago. Okay, I'm running a bit late, but I'm gonna be there by 4. It's about 2 kilometers away, 3 kilometers. All right, quickly. If I walk at 5 kilometers an hour, I think I walk about 4, an actual walking pace. Looks like it's trying to stay down a little bit, but you see there's some whiteness happening under there, and it's just an obvious hairline. The whiteness of the glue is actually reactivating because it's got sweat on it, and so when it gets wet it turns white again. Maybe that doesn't happen anymore after the 24 hours are up, or I don't really fucking know what's going on with that. Okay, so I've got the oil. Now I've got this headgear paste. I just want this hair to stay out of my face, please. Starting to peel there. Put some of this on there. This was all happening under my beard until I shaved it, so lucky I did shave it. Gotta be more hygienic, otherwise your body gets eaten by this shit that lives on your skin. Okay, so I'm gonna put some hairspray in it now. Oh man, it's already lifting there as well. Fuck, this glue is absolutely useless. You could blame the way I applied it. You're not supposed to put it directly onto poly or some other thing. This is this brand. I bought this because somebody said it could act as glue. It does not add, it does not act as glue, okay? There's absolutely no glue property to this, unless you're sticking a feather to a piece of paper or something like that. Even then, I think it struggle. I like my hat on standby the entire time. Stay down, you motherfucker. Alright. Burn some calories. I just went to the doctor for mental health issues, and while I was there, I showed them a referral for a drug, an injectable drug that a nurse gave me. She said, I lost 30 kilograms in 13 weeks. I said, all right, I'll buy that for $1. And then she gave me the name of it. It was Somo something, XZYYZX, fucking medical shit. I gave the guy the thing. He said, go get a blood test, which I'm on my way to now. And he said, first of all, let me weigh you. And I was 100.5 kilograms. And then I took my shoes off and I was 100.0. I can't go back up to 110. That's fucked up. So I'm 20 kilograms overweight, right? Now, you know the limit on luggage that you can carry? Not carry on, luggage that you can take on a plane? 20 kilograms. Imagine lifting that with one hand. It's fucking heavy, man. And I'm carrying that with me everywhere I go. Right? It's a bit there, a bit there. And I want to get rid of it. Now this thing could cause nausea, but I've got to inject it into my leg or my ass or something once a week apparently, and I hope they give it to me. And it could cause nausea, so they're giving me some anti-nausea prescription if I pass this test, if I haven't got diabetes or something already. So if I do, then if I don't have any of that stuff and it's all clear on my liver and everything, then they can give me this stuff and I can start losing weight hopefully. So I got this blood test. The reason I got it is because I want to get this injectable weight loss drug that some nurse told me about. She said she's lost 30 kilograms in 13 weeks, which is 4 months, right? 30 kilograms. I only need to lose 20. So, yeah. Think about 20 kilograms. Seriously, pick up a suitcase with one hand, which is maximum capacity that you're taking to the airport. That's how much I'm carrying around with me every waking moment. No wonder I want to sit down all the time. And they put this thing on my arm, right? But look, the sticky tape really doesn't want to stick. You see that? To my skin. So I don't know if they're just not aware that this sticky tape doesn't work, or if my skin's completely resistant to glue of all kinds. If that's the case, then all the advice I've been giving you is just overkill, because you probably have skin that glue can stick to. But I'm a human being, so I can't imagine it's that much different, right? I just had my second shower with this Ghost Bond, and yeah, I was hoping to report that it didn't cause any extra peeling or anything. This was a flap that was never stuck down in the first place. One thing I've noticed, although I have been kind of in air-conditioned circumstances, is that there hasn't been any kind of need to re-stick. Then again, I've kind of left my hair long and haven't had a need to flip around my hair or anything. Don't forget though, I re-stick this, but that's about as best as it restuck. That was from new though, right? So I wouldn't fully trust it, but it has given me insight into the idea that with curing, there's more of a chance that it won't lift, maybe. And so I'm opening my mind away from Walker Tape Ultra Hold, because that restickability for safety purposes is not as good potentially as being stuck down properly without the chance of melting, because Walker Tape Ultra Hold melts. And I get the feeling these other glues do not melt. So the restickability comes from the fact that Walker Tape Ultra Hold melts. I'm going to try to open my mind a little bit, keep my mind open to more different types of glue now. Because after all, I've got over a year's supply of this awesome New Times hair. So what else am I going to review? Glue seems to be what I've got to research now and compare. This will be a test. So out of the shower, I'm seeing a bit of discoloration here. Just gently brushing back, we can see absolute lifting going on here. All along there, obviously, that whole area is lifted as well. And all of that. And you can see white crumbs, like dandruff type crumbs that are sitting around. Probably recommend that I get some baby wipes to get rid of this stuff off my fingertips. I don't want to be wiping this on my pants or back in the hair. So I'm just going to peel this back enough so I can get... So there's crumbs of white. The Ghost Bond are just going all throughout my hair now, like dandruff. Little globs of glue all over the place. I'm just going to lift that up so I can really get in there and reapply glue to this area. Yeah, I'm going to get some baby wipes and maybe I'll have to peel that all off as well. Okay, so I'm just going to start by trying to get my finger print to grip onto this glue. And it just completely separates off into one piece. I remember this now, this glue does not stick to itself and roll off into a nice big ball. It's all about pinching away for hours. It takes forever to take this glue off. So 0 stars for cleanability or removability, I'd say. I don't know. Yeah, if I try to take all that off, it's going to take forever. Maybe you can just keep rubbing like that and don't worry about the ball, lack of balling. Just let it fall off as it wants to. Well, it's not creating crumbs and falling down to my face right now. Maybe it's because it's a bit damp or something. This is soaking wet over here. So this left-hand side is where there's extreme overhang. Somehow this hairpiece is too big for my shave zone. I don't know if I stretched it when I put it on or positioned it too high on the forehead or something, I don't know. Or if I cut it out incorrectly around the stencil or traced the stencil too broadly. I don't know. But somehow this is just a complete, almost 1 centimeter overhang over on the left-hand side. Maybe this side has got a huge 1 centimeter gap, but it doesn't, so. I'm probably going to cut off that entire edge while I'm wearing the hairpiece, which is a risky maneuver, but it's the only way to eradicate that huge amount of overhang. But I am risking a big gap and destroying the hairpiece in the process. The other thing I could potentially do is take the entire hairpiece off and start this entire procedure again and try to cut it, but then I've got to place it correctly and then it's the same amount of risk, basically. All that I would achieve is I'd get neater cutting, which is, you know, if I was going to plan on keeping hairpieces for really long periods of time, I might consider doing that because I would care more about the hairpiece. But given that I swap out my hairpieces once a month, I don't worry too much about that. You know, I haven't really got a good feel for Ghost Bond Original, so it would be kind of unwise really to start testing another version of Ghost Bond, given that I've got 3 here. Ghost Bond XL, Ghost Bond Supreme, and Ghost Bond Original. Could skip to a different version, but I really wouldn't know how to properly compare it because I haven't really got a feel for this one yet. Don't forget, it is summer here now. In this room right now, the temperature is 22 degrees. That seems way cooler than I would have expected. But it is cloudy outside, even though it's summer. But we can expect temperatures of about 40 degrees towards Christmas. That's when the bushfires usually happen. Ho, 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 Merry Christmas. She's got a lot of pimples now, huh? Well, I can't apply. It'll come off back there as well. And there's no restickability, so I'm worried about that. And look at these crumbs everywhere from the Ghost Bond. Several reasons to not choose Ghost Bond. I'm not going to re-glue that. I'm just going to hope that dries back down solid. So right now I am going to wait for my scalp to dry from the sweat and everything from the shower, from this room being having no airflow. Fans are really loud when filming, so if you weren't here, I'd have fans blowing on me right now. That's not exactly true. I'm too lazy to go and get a fan and bring it into this room because I use it in the other room every day. Yeah, I would not want to dive into a swimming pool with Ghost Bond. With Ultra Hold, I definitely would dive head first into a swimming pool without worrying about it coming off. Because even if it does slightly come off, it's still held in by that restickability melted factor, because it's always kind of melted. It never hardens. This turns into a kind of, you know how even though it's kind of hot right now, there's no pulling mozzarella-y effect with this glue. It's just water-based, and instead of doing that mozzarella-y thing, it simply balls up and sprinkles itself like dandruff throughout everything. So it's a different, completely obviously different method, different chemicals. Like this is water-based and Ultra Hold is chemical-based, or acrylic-based, petrol probably, oil, whatever. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna let this sort of evaporate a bit. Then I'll come back and apply some more Ghost Bond Original to my piece up here and then stick it down. I'm not gonna peel that off. That shouldn't have even come off. I didn't even try to peel that. It's so loose it's coming off. I could glue there and then bring them together so it's double layer sort of thing, but I don't know how to trust that. I don't know, so let's see. I'm just gonna wait for this to dry and let myself air out a bit. All right. I've got to say, using this lipstick applicator is not easier. It's harder than using my finger. Awkward. Yeah, that's the area I'm going to be cutting off anyway, isn't it? On that side there. You really don't want big chunks like that drying anywhere along the front edge, but it's hard. Let me put this here. So I don't know if I'm going to wait for it to go clear this time, because last time it took over 45 minutes and it still was not clear completely. I'm not going to push it down right now though, even though that probably could give it a chance to bond more with my scalp. But I feel perhaps I've got to clean my scalp a little bit again with some alcohol. For some reason I think that's going to help me remove any bits of glue from pores or something, I don't know. But at the end, when I go to press this back down, I won't be using alcohol, okay? So it'll be just going onto clean, dry skin. Last chance to do anything up here I need to do. Wow, none of that's been done. This entire hairpiece just wants to fall off. Save time, I might just go ahead and do this with my finger. You know what I could do? Let me just put this in the bin. Yeah, I know I'm fat. I could just squish it down right now, all of it, and not wait for it to dry at all. Does seem like there's a bit of a gap there, doesn't it? Clear my fingers for a sec. This is totally experimental what I'm doing. Ooh, you can see the white starting to ooze out there. That's the reason I never put it down with the Ultra Hold as well, because I never want the glue oozing out. And yet I need it pressed down hard. So I could be causing major issues at the front hairline here and the perimeter. I'll leave it and maybe I'll wait 2 hours this time because there's no way you're going to get in there. It's going to absorb, hopefully lock. We'll see what happens. Check this out, I just set up a teleprompter in my green screen. Okay, so this is supposed to hang off the front of the camera, but at the moment it's got to stand on its own tripod. I've got to get a step up screw, whatever it's called, step up ring that attaches to the inside of the UV filter part of the lens, and then that widens it so that it's going to be compatible with that particular model of teleprompter, the Desview T3. Okay, so this is dry now. Don't be thinking I'm going to start writing scripts for you. You are just here like a fly on the wall. I'm not going to go to that much trouble, see. It's for important things, you know. No offense. Okay. But you wouldn't want me to lose my orgasmicism. Organic. Presentation skills. Would you? I mean, 90% of you would, but some of you were like, just fucking be honest, be truthful, be yourself. And when I'm just rambling, you know that's exactly what I'm doing. When I'm organized, I have a script, I'm not being myself, am I? But if you just want me to impart information to you, it would probably be more useful to you for me to be organized enough to have written a script so I knew what I was going to talk about before I started opening my mouth and just going bleh. Okay, so this is Ghost Bond, which I peeled everything off so it was clean and then put it on again so it's new. Not really any peeling going on, so it really is continuing to give me newfound hope about this product, this Ghost Bond product, or different types of glue in general, because I always thought I never stop sweating, there'll never be a time I'm not sweating, and therefore why would I ever want something that's just going to slip off my face and just dribble down my face? Until I sweat, which could be tomorrow because I'm going to a Christmas party. I won't know. But at the moment it seems like a fairly firm hold. And don't forget, I pressed this down while it was fully wet as well, which saves time. But I did squeeze out glue around the front edges here. But it's gone clear wherever it is. And there's clearly some glue sticking these hairs together here. But it's not too bad. So this hair length is quite long now. Okay, so I've got 3 inches bulk, basically up here. Down here it's about 1 inch, I think. 1 inch to 3 inches probably. And then here, I've lost my ruler, but down to the tip of the nose at the front. So, long for boys. A long boy's haircut. Longer than the mop top Beatles. Just checking to see if I didn't singe my eyelashes when I was lighting a joint yesterday. Alright, I'm loving the new hairstyle at the moment. I like longer hair. It gives me a chance to do stuff. And the weight just allows it to sort of hang. And the mess up here gets all mixed around. Hey, Jillian. Okay, so I've got to be a news reporter. Look how fat I am. I shouldn't have put mirrors everywhere. Yeah. 23. Fucking. It's probably too late. I'm whispering to you now, and then I'm going to speak at the top of my lungs to film in there now. Because tomorrow for the Christmas party, I know I don't really have time to do it any other time. I've got to do it now. I have to read at the top of my lungs. It's Friday night. Fuck 'em. Now it is summer, so I'm not really that cold, even in the singlet. Not that comfortable, but I'm still not that cold. But I'm reporting from a winter location in that script, so it needs to be winter here. Okay. Now I've got to do my hair. Okay, so this is my first test with the second application of the Ghost Bond. Now I'm going to put some product in there. Something that's not going to make it clump together. Let's just try this leave-in conditioner. By Paul Mitchell. Feels like it's had very little effect. If I brushed it now, I don't feel like I'd spread it properly. Like it feels dry. Like I put a fairly big amount in my hand, didn't I? Maybe it's supposed to be putting a damp here, I don't know. Because I'm going to go for a sort of brush back look as a reporter. Behaving pretty well, this glue, so far. What you want is have brush back and have volume at the same time, like this kind of, while still keeping it neat. You don't want the hair flattened to your forehead or anything like that. Otherwise, you just look like Pee Wee Herman. Has to have some sort of volume to it, right? Now that will not stay without any kind of hairspray. Feels almost empty. I'm expecting somebody to ring me back in a second, but I can't. I need this phone to be the teleprompter. I'll ring him back, I suppose. but I do owe him a phone call. So I'll leave it like that. I'll put this on. I guess you've got to give the hairspray a chance to dry, because really hairspray should not allow strays to be falling down over your face like that. So far I'm kind of liking this Ghost Bond. Obviously the application process is something that needs to be done without any sweat, which is very difficult for me because I sweat every single day. International correspondent. I don't know if this works. You can't flop over there because it's up. And it would cause a big neck if I did it any other way. I could sort of tie it in a knot here, I suppose, like they do in France. I think that's like they do it. Just, it looks stupid. It looks, I've got to look formal, so probably doesn't help that the scarf looks like carpet underlay. Look alright on camera. I need this camera now. I'm going to use this as my teleprompter.
Hey, Abby's not playing.
Meow.
I tried to get him away, Gracie.
Meow. Your turn to count, Gracie. Okay. How much up to? 68.
68? What sort of a number is that?
Okay.
Can you do it?
I'll count up to 30.
Okay, then do 30 again.
1, 2.
That's too slow.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
About 3 days in. This at the back is peeling off. So I just want to take it off. I mean, this is the there's no resistance when I pull that. So I'm just going to peel this all off. I've got to tell you something. I'm going to go on a trip to see some people next week in Sydney, and we're going to go water skiing. They wanted to go fishing, and I said, I'm not going to come on the boat if you go fishing. It's disgusting. It's murder. So we'll catch and release. I said, no. Hook through the fucking lip and then the eyeball. No, it's not good. Terrible. What a terrible, disgusting sport. And so they said, all right. We can go water skiing. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds like fun. And now I'm realizing, fuck, what a hairpiece. Now, obviously, the more leverage, the more it's going to pull off. I would probably recommend that anyone who does a lot of sport, especially people who spend time out in the wind or diving into pools and stuff, should have a shorter hairpiece, like a 2-inch haircut. But I prefer the look of a longer hairstyle. So I need a strong hold, but I can't do anything better than Walk Tape Ultra Hold. it's summer, so it'll be 25 degrees, it'll melt, and it'll be loose, but the re-stickability factor of Walker Tape Ultra Hold, it's the only reliable option. So yeah, I'll peel this off and I'll go back to Walker Tape Ultra Hold. You saw how easily that came off. Now, to be honest, it hasn't melted, so it gives me hope that there's some kind of glue out there that will not melt and have better hold. So if it's not the melting of the glue, the only thing giving it lack of hold would be the sweat. But I'm feeling my scalp now. I just pulled that off, and there's no sweat under here at all. It's not wet. I know what wet scalp feels like. Now, this could have been blocking pores, but I'm feeling the hairpiece now. And the hairpiece is kind of damp a little bit, but not really. Not like sweaty wet. You know, it's not sweaty wet. It's just somewhat damp. No problem really. So, sweat wasn't the problem. It was simply the lack of hold from that glue. And I know you're supposed to do 3 or 4 or 5 layers or something, just spaced 1 layer apart. However you're supposed to do that, I don't know. You're supposed to do it on your scalp, I understand that, but it never turns clear. It takes half an hour, 45 minutes to go clear, so how long would that take to 5 layers? It would take hours. I'm not willing to do that. Whereas Walker Tape Ultra Hold, 15 minutes drying time and that's it. So I'm going to go back to Walker Tape Ultra Hold and go water skiing with it. I'll get some footage. Hopefully it's not one of the most embarrassing days of my life. Let's hope the glue went all the way to the edge. It seemed a bit difficult to get it all there. This is Walker Tape Ultra Hold. Further forward. Oh shit. have to force a fold. Fold or a vang are the only choices at this point. I slanted it. Checking for obvious gaps. Difficult to see. Feeling for folds. Not too bad. How's this gap up here? That seems big. Ooh, okay. Potentially that's too much. According to the camera, it's too much, but in real life, it feels like it's within the threshold of acceptability. I may have to adjust it later, but for now, I'm going to see the front hairline. Adhesion is good at this point. I just saw the final episode of Lost in Space, so from the ending, I didn't think there's going to be an extra sequel. It was 3 seasons, wasn't it? It was good. I can't tell you anything. But, you know, how long can one family be in a state of emergency? It has to end eventually, right? I should probably use the alcohol tincture for the front here because I don't want globs at the front. This feels a bit dried out. Found it. This is a lot more user-friendly. Alexa, turn on the bedroom. I'm 44 years old. I spent my life waiting for my father to love me. And yesterday, I had an appointment with him, with a psychologist, to try to make amends. But it didn't work. I think the psychologist was shocked that my father had no remorse and that I had wasted my entire life waiting for him and had taken years of antipsychotic medication because doctors did not believe that anybody could be this loyal. I stopped taking it years ago of my own choice because I wasn't psychotic. I was heartbroken. Alexa, turn off the bedroom fan. So now what? Do I begin life now? I guess. I could start by stop waiting. By stopping waiting. My mum was here yesterday. She drove me there, concerned. After I walked out halfway through, I got back in the car and started driving without a word. Hours passed before I said anything. And I said I wasted our lives. I'm sorry. It's over. And I've been very mean to her. But she hasn't fully been there. And I resented her for it. She's been there a hell of a lot more than he has. So I hope I can stop being cruel to her now and just wake up out of this coma. These years, these decades of waiting. And start appreciating life maybe without him. Without that whole gigantic ball and chain I've been carrying around. Just realize there's no vagueness about the future with him. It's switched off. He has abandoned me completely. And there's nothing else to consider. Any contact with him would simply be for his own reputation. He abandoned me years ago, and my mother kept me believing he hadn't, but he had. Why? And there's no doubt about it anymore. So I can now undo the damage, potentially stop smoking maybe, if I can. That was all done to try to make him worry about me. And then it became a coping mechanism as well. Stop eating without any exercise, fatty foods. I had my blood taken a couple of days ago, and I was going to get these injections to stop me from feeling hungry as a means by which to lose weight. Stop sabotaging friendships and seeing everybody as temporary. Temporary. Everyone was temporary on the route. Commit to things myself when I'm on stage or performing or anything. I need to be present and not just seeing all the audiences discardable because I'm discardable. I don't know what to do, but maybe I do. And maybe potentially turning towards independence instead of complete dependence on my mum. And mourning being alone all the time. I could potentially make friends and try to somehow catch up and do some work and have a life purpose and not see everything as just apocalyptic at all times, with small rays of light shining through the darkness. Maybe now I can start to live. Let me show you my apartment. I've had some renovations done. So I put on these ceiling lights everywhere. 2 Philips Hue globes everywhere. Studio that I'm working on. New carpet in every room. New lighting. It's my 3D printer. Brand new bath fridge here. Doesn't have lights in it, it's just a cheapie. $190 or something. And yeah, lighting and camera. Looks like a toilet, got a mirror put on this wall. You know this room. As you can see, I've got Philips Hue light switches now. I put them on every wall. The dim switch, fat ass still. We'll do something about that. Still a bit of storage. This is the living room. It's an inversion table for my back. It's a couch, which we've got to replace with a proper couch. 7 kilowatt air conditioner, which I love. Changes everything. It's got a little balcony over here. This is gonna be dining room. Still got some stuff to check out. Still got some paint drop sheets and stuff. Intercom for the front gate. That's the front door. Here's the new kitchen, which is the main thing. But so much better. Look how soft the carpet is. So, and then beautiful tiles. It's washing machine and dryer down there now. I love this new stone bench tops with beautiful brushed stainless steel, everything, all very modern. If you want to clean it, yeah, do that. It's awesome. Brand new stove from Ariston and oven, brand new as well. That's the actual time, I've said it. My old microphone, I'm going to replace that. Soft close, everything. Let me just close it softly, look. Including the drawers. Nothing slams. Brand new everything. My stuff in my fridge. Not vegan, obviously, but vegetarian. Brand new fridge. I was on a liquid diet, so it was all liquidy stuff. But, yeah, probably should do that again, but do it properly. There's some kids' Christmas presents. That's my apartment. It's getting much better, really. 4K TV. I bought that so I could sit there at the computer screen and do 3D modeling when I was building a robot. A full-scale humanoid robot. Yeah, I know, I'm amazing. Yeah, I forget you can see my ass before I go. So, now, get some context for where you're sitting. So your little perch now. My mouth is all dry. Probably need to get a coffee. Straight lines. Not great. Probably needs to be cut away there, but maybe I just need to give myself a 2-inch haircut. Though I do prefer the look of having some overhang and everything. Not at the moment, but it's more brushable to just have it big and floppy. But don't forget, this is the arse end. That's why it doesn't flow forwards like normal, like a front end hairpiece would. Maybe I do need to swap this over for a front end, even though I did put it back on only a couple of days ago. Because I will be spending a week with people on this big boat riding mission thing. I don't know. I do prefer it longer. There's so much I can do with my hair when it's longer. Just so fake in all directions here though. It's not completely used up, this hairpiece, but it is not all one direction, which is what happens with the front hairpiece, the good one. This is one of the sort of, remember I was able to get 3 out of these New Times hairpieces. This is one of those 2 side ones. So it's, the hair was stitched outwards, but the middle always collates to become a crown. This is part of that here. As for the rest of my hair, it naturally just does whatever it wants. It's never been obedient. So I'll have to think about it. In the meantime, I just bought some $10 shorts and stuff. I can't zoom out on this camera, so I'll show you a couple of things. Yeah, let's also take a look at my corpulence, my fatness, so we can see how much I lose later on. Now, I think I showed you a bit of footage from earlier where I covered myself with feet and nair, really. I used the last of that, and then, but it's not the last of it. This is just made badly. You can still feel weight to it, and I know when you take that lid off, because this squirter only accesses a little bit in the middle, and then there's still heaps left at the bottom, and I put that as well because I couldn't reach the rest of that. It took basically half a tube of that to cover my entire body, but that was after I put in heaps of this. So it'll probably take one entire tube to do one body. I didn't scrub every single hair off. There are still loose hairs hanging off me, as you probably might see. I'll go to the clothing try on. Okay, so I bought this pile of clothes from Kmart yesterday. These shorts, size 38, but they're elastic, so I just guessed. I'm pretty sure they were $10. There's a second pair of cargo pants, a bit different, still size 38. Oh, sorry, they were $20. Maybe they were 20 as well. Okay, 38-inch waist, 38 inch waist. 3XL Star Wars t-shirt. 3XL plain blue t-shirt. Extra large this t-shirt. Christmas t-shirt, $8 extra large. And this polo t-shirt, size XXL, $12. Right. Should probably start with some shorts. Let's hope they fit. Okay. Just remember, I'll be water skiing or whatever it is. They seem to fit well. I'm sucking it in by default right now. Oh, I thought they would also have straps for a belt. They don't. Simply, that's not good. I didn't want people to know. So, I think it would be difficult for them. So, but I'm not taking them back. So my hairy ass has just become a fat ass. Let's try this polo shirt. By the way, this stuff totally works. It really takes away. Really, I told you, for years I used this kind of, no, not that. This kind of thing, which is just cologne. It has to say anti-sweat or anti-perspirant, otherwise it doesn't work. See, all fresh and hairless, but those birds, so disgusting. Jesus, look at that crap. Fuck no. I'll keep him. This is an extra large polo shirt. Extra large. almost fits. Well, the thing is, it doesn't show off my fat gut because it hangs so wide around me, which is what I like. Still better if I had lost weight and everything. It's $12. All right. This one is a Ho-Ho Santa t-shirt. $8 from Kmart, extra large. Yeah, you see, extra large is not stopping the stretch. It doesn't stop the stretch. Let me just put a hat on because it's distracting. Two hats to choose from. A grey hat. A black hat. Okay, so as you can see, extra large doesn't do the job in this case. I could actually be Santa Claus. Okay. Next t-shirt. My mum just taught me how to fold t-shirts yesterday. She says, fold these back here. Then fold them down, like that. Then fold one more time. And try to avoid creases. Not perfect. Right, here we go. This one is extra large, $8 from Kmart. No. Somehow this accentuates my fat, but posture can change things as well. I don't feel like I look good in this at all. Yeah, folding clothes properly takes a long time, unfortunately. This is the sort of colour I usually wear all the time. This is 3XL. Just take a look at that for a sec, will you? Look, this is my house. How big it is. Bursting at the seams here. 3 extra large. It hides it, but if I suck it in, it's super long. It's really big. It's really big. The t-shirt sleeves go all the way down to the inner elbow. It's got no form at all, but when I'm fat I want to hide all that anyway, right? Pretty big. But one section with the dryer and it's back to shrunk. I don't know. There's just ways for me to sort of hide away my fat so I don't feel seen, you know. But it doesn't look good when you wear a smock instead of clothing. Last t-shirt, military green Star Wars t-shirt, $10, 3XL. Gigantic and with a better hairstyle potentially. Look alright. Now the thing about wearing a hat is, from my experience, if your hair isn't long enough to have little tails at the back here, you probably don't look good in a hat. Like if your hair's sort of shaved at the back or something, you probably can't get away with a hat, it would look weird on you. You need a few hairs coming out the sides and stuff around the edges to make the hat actually work, I think. That's my experience. I'll try these other shorts. At least they've matched the string colour to the pants this time. Once again, there are no belt. It's my fat ass has tried to stop it from straightening there. I didn't have the price written anyway. Let's just say they were $12 or something. Once again, size 38. The problem with these is if you're just going for a pierce, you've got a couple of dribbles, it'll just spill out. You'll see the dots where the two drips didn't quite make it after you shake. Yeah. Homeless. They're still homeless. It's not a good look. Well, I don't think Kmart's the best place to buy clothes. I didn't exactly try anything on at all. I just guessed. But yeah, it's good to have some shorts or a good water skiing. Water skiing, that gives me some fear. Might have to give myself a haircut. Look at that. Didn't quite make it. So I can't really be bothered doing any hair stuff right now. No matter what you do when you're fat, you're gonna look bad. So I simply need to exercise, lose weight. And for now, I'll just try to wear baggy clothing. But it doesn't really help you look good, does it? Anyway, I think the big shoes that made you taller elongated me. Sorry for saying you then me in the same context. I'm gonna have a drink. My mouth's all dried up, probably from crying. I'm just going through this box of hair pieces here, trying to find a hairpiece that doesn't have a little bit of Auschwitz tag or something on the edge of it. So that's a side piece. That's gonna have the same problem as this one. This one has a bit of Auschwitz tag on it as well, so that's another side piece. This one does not have any Auschwitz tag. Oh, yes, it does, sorry. I was wondering why it was imperfect. This one does as well. Another Auschwitz tag edge. So none of them are front centerpieces. This one here, I can't see an Auschwitz tag edge, and you can see also that the hairs are all traveling in one direction. It was designed as the front of the main hairpiece that people are supposed to wear at the front of their scalp. So this was actually designed right here to be the front hairline for anybody, not just partial wearers like me. So I'm going to try this out. Let's compare that to the sort of way the hair's come out of them. See how this one, which is Auschwitz, all the ones I'm showing you now are Auschwitz, so they're coming up as well, which is what's happening here. These hairs are pushing back this way. I can't brush it all forward without it having this lump, because this one I'm wearing now is also an Auschwitz piece. Here's another perfect front edge. See how all the hairs are going straight? There's no Auschwitz tag on that. All the hairs are going in one direction. These are the optimal hair pieces. These other ones, including the one I'm wearing right now, is just a side piece. They're spares, let's say. So I'm going to seal this up. So the issues with this hairpiece I'm wearing right now, as you can see, it has the bump because it is in fact a side spare. And then, well, I didn't place it exactly right there. There's too much of a gap really. The other thing is, I got this feeling all the time that this little bit on this edge here is always coming down. So it's a little flap that wants to just always pop off. See that tiny little triangle? I would snip that off, but not before trying to stretch that back into a better spot that does not have a gap. Get rid of the gap. See, with Walker Tape Ultra Hold, I'll be far more likely to just peel it off than push it back down, knowing it's lost some stick, but it's still got that re-stickability factor. Whereas if this was Ghost Bond, I wouldn't trust that and just go water skiing in front of a group of people and risk my hairpiece falling off or flopping off sideways like that as I got out of the water. It's like, I had a really good time, thanks everyone. No, it's not a good look. You don't ever want that to happen. So I never do sport, as you're probably aware, but this trip I'm going up to Sydney, and I've been invited to go water skiing instead of fishing because I insisted they did not fish anywhere close to me. So they're not going to, thankfully. Murder fish or rip. So we'll throw them back in. It's like, I don't care. You're not going to be fucking piercing their faces and eyeballs for your amusement. Anyway, so that's all dirty and stuff there as well. It could be cut away or simply cleaned with C22 from the outside, from this side actually. And just to prove that, I'm not proving, I'm guessing again. Oh, where it's gone. Maybe it works. So just to show you, stick my finger in the middle there so I can get some grunt. I'm trying to clean that so it looks like skin to hair. I can't do it perfectly, but I pull the hairs back and then push down. Trying to scrape the external glue, which has seeped through somehow, down and away from the front hairline. Because somehow, even though it's plastic, it's able to seep around the front. And I want to spend a long time on that, but I didn't really improve it, but I can feel it's all sticky and covered in glue here now, which means it actually is a coherent theory. But this is exposed base there, see, because there's not enough hair growing on that spot, which means I'd have to chop it away, and it's sort of the beginning of the end of the hairpiece. You would do that by simply cutting away the edge there. There will be roots of good hairs lost as well, so expect to have to shed after that. See, look at that, all of that had no hair growing out of it. But I've got to pull out this sort of hairs now, see? Because there's no way around it. And the end result is, it looks more like that. So that looks much better, I think you'll agree. But it doesn't work well as a whole because I've just cut a chunk out of the hairpiece, and I'm going to sort of stretch it back down, and this bit needs to be chopped out, and it's gone wonky, right? I basically just ruined the hairpiece with the fact that there were hairs missing at the front there. And there's nothing I could really do about it. At any rate, I'll probably throw this out now. Is that a month? Did I get a month? Doesn't feel like I got a full month. This is the shape of it now. Maybe I did get a full month, I can't remember. At any rate, I don't like it anymore. Especially since I've got to show my head to everybody, and I've got to be ready to do water skiing with a hairpiece. I really should get a bin in this room. Okay, so I'm going to clean up my scalp here. C22 is a glue solvent. You can also use it to remove sticky tape marks off things around your house. Probably good at removing grease as well, but it is slimy, so you end up having to clean it again with soap and water. So it dissolves glue, but then you've got to clean away all the muck you've created and just keep cleaning until you can finally get to the glue stage and rinse and then finish. My father is on my mind. After this big finale today, maybe I should just start calling him my sperm donor. He's not father, he's dead to me. I can't continue wasting my life thinking about him. Which means I won't be going to Christmas this year. I'll be at home alone while my family and extended family gather for Christmas Day without me. I assume my mum will come to visit me, but I think it's assumed that there's no way I'll be going to Christmas there. Maybe she'll be really noble for the first time ever and not go because she boycotts him. It's for the sake of neatness. I think I might just wet all this as well. So first I'll wet this one. As you can see, beautiful piece. This seems like a different colour from the one I just had on, a bit darker. So it might match my hair colour a bit better. But from the outset, it looks like it doesn't quite match. Don't know if it's 4 or 4 ash. You can brush that. I'm gonna hang this up now. Okay, I'm gonna do some clean up here, and instead of gluing here, I'm going to glue directly onto the hairpiece like I did last time. It is a little bit more difficult to do that, but then there's no part along the top edge of the hairpiece that's not got glue on it. It always has glue all the way to the tip, so if there's ever any overhang, it'll sort of stick to the hairs or something, I don't know. It just doesn't feel as bad. So long as I can get it done neatly. In fact, I feel like, because it's so hard and cloggy to do around the edge with the pure stuff, I might use the tincture, the mixture of alcohol and glue, to do the outside edge so I can just get some smoothness, but I've got to be very, very, very careful not to drip anything on that. This is far less likely to drip. This is very drippy. Look at this viscosity. Still a bit drippy. Maybe you won't be able to tell the difference then, because it's been kept quite airtight. But this one, see, the other one would not have dripped like that. But it's just when I get to the outer edge, when I'm pasting the glue around the very outer edge, it's hard because it's so thick to really get right to the very edge. So for that, I might try to put some on the inner outer edge and spread it outwards with the tincture, and then use some of the bulk. Use the proper glue so it's got more hold, maybe. Okay, so I ended up simply putting the tincture, the 2/3 glue, 1/3 alcohol mix all over this. I just poured it along the middle and spread it out all the way to the edges because there was too much glue. Otherwise I would have left the front edge unpasted. Unfortunately, I really needed to spread it out, and there was still a puddle in the middle, so I used baby wipes, which I kind of need right now. I'll go get them to just mop up that extra spill. Yeah, so I didn't use the pure glue at all, which might mean less hold, but certainly means less thickness to melt and create a sloppy mess, but more re-stickability, I would say, when you've got the thicker pure stuff. I'm not going to shave this off. I only did it a couple of days ago. So, and also I'm unconvinced that clean shaven, sweaty, shiny, slippery scalp gives you better hold than a shorn, purely shaven down scalp. I don't know why we don't just leave a little bit of stubble there all the time. I still haven't figured that out yet. I don't see why physically, obviously that's not a word, but I don't see why that's better. Now, unfortunately, because this is glued all the way to the front, all the way to the back edge, as I smush this around to try to find the best landing spot, I'm going to smush glue all over my forehead, which is not good. But I had too much glue. I should have started with less. So we're about to find out how much of a problem that's going to be. I can see this is slightly blonder here at the front, so that's the front hairline there. Okay. But it's still not dry, even though it's been over an hour. But I get the feeling that if I spray it, it won't matter, because it's not going to squish. Okay, so I'm going to smush this around, trying to find this back center area right here. That's what I'm aiming for, with this back center area right here. And also the temples. They're my 3 points. I'm doing it very lightly, favoring a gap, really. Trying to lift these edges up a bit. Okay, that's up in position, I would say, there. Create a triangle, aiming for that halfway mark there, and trying to get this tip edge here onto a good spot above the temple. Try not to get overhang, but also not trying to create a massive gap like last time. Same on this side. I hope it's centered. Go for the middle point there, and trying to get this up as high as possible, without creating too much of an overhang or anything like that. Making sure there are no folds. Now I've got to remember this has been glued all the way to the front. Okay, so might as well just push it all into the exact position it needs to land in. Spreading outwards, squeezing out any bubbles or anything. I'll spray water on it so that the brush glides more easily. I've got to go get the spray. Let's just hope there wasn't too much smudging at the front hairline so my forehead isn't completely covered in dirty glue. And so from here I should just be able to give myself a haircut. I might just give it a couple of minutes for the alcohol to evaporate a bit. You can see all that sticking because there's obviously glue on the forehead. So I want to clean the forehead first, okay? Downwards, downward actions only before I cut it. Okay, just feeling for any bubbles or folds. Making sure there are none. Okay. Now I'm going to get this. Spray my finger with this C22. Just really come downwards. It's It's really almost impossible to get all the glue off. So this will now get dirty over time, unfortunately. Trying to be a little bit rough, to use a bit of elbow grease to get that stuff off. Fold down the other side so it's gonna wipe away a bit of that C22, didn't really dilute it. Get rid of this one because it's polluted. A new one, a bit of water, dilute it more. So now there shouldn't be any strong solvent that's able to dissolve any glue lingering around anywhere. Now it's time to check the perimeter a bit, as much as I can from this angle. See that I haven't got too many gaps or overhang. Feeling from here, tiny fold there, just flattening that out now. No real overhang here. No real overhang here. Any visible gaps? Looks pretty well positioned, not feeling any folds. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and give myself another long haircut to sort of go with this 3-inch hair I've got here. Okay, so layer 1. Same length as the perimeter hairs, 2.5 to 3 inches back here. Next layer. Let me just wet all my hair. So I did throw the other hairpiece in the bin already. But there's always going to be that issue with those little front parts where when you cut it out from the stencil, there are hairs that you've chopped. I've just been listening to the Asimov meetings from 2013. Why is this something rather than nothing? Hosted by Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Lawrence Krauss is one of the other people on the panel I can name. It's very interesting. I've said it before though. I think YouTube just gives me suggestions on things I might like, and it's probably because I've seen it before. Alright. So this is all going to brush nicely forwards now. See how there's no lump anymore? It's just smooth. Because this is the front edge of the hairpiece. Sometimes when I get commenters complaining that doesn't look right, it's because I tell you at the outset, this is the side spare piece, right? It's not the front part of a hairpiece. I'm just trying to save some money by putting shitty hairpieces up here as partials. Because I don't get them custom made because it takes 7 months or whatever. Doesn't look very blonde here though. But I didn't put it backwards. So that line, that's a bit of a wall of hair there. I don't like it at all. Yeah, I'm pretty worried about that actually. It's a very fake looking hairline. See? It didn't bleach properly at the front there. What happens if I do a curtains hairstyle? It'll be sort of like that. So the sideburns are currently in just below the tragus, the bottom of the tragus. Forgetting I've got to be quiet. So the front hairline is a little bit, you're too low on the mirror, sorry. So that's an unrealistic, fake looking bunch of chops. Probably have to get in there and chop that off and stretch the whole thing down further. Then it would work probably. Because this is actually exposed base with just the, but it's sticking down well at the moment. I don't really want to jeopardize that. Hopefully there's enough slack back here to stretch it down if I do have to chop that away while I'm in Sydney, because it would look so much better without that. And over here as well. Other than that, the hairpiece is pretty good, okay? But that's ugly. Fuck, all right, I'll do it now, It's gonna fuck the hairpiece though. Okay. I'll flip the camera for you so you can see it close up. Okay. That camera. Okay, I'm just assuming you can see this now. So this front hairline here is ruined by where I chopped the hairpiece out of it with the stencil when I first cut out the hairpiece. So I have to remove this front edge and then stretch then back down. I'm feeling very sweaty though, so probably not the best timing to do this. I'm just going to see what happens if I just stick it back into place where it is. There will be some hairs that I need to pull out here. That hairline seems a bit high now. I might have to stretch it back down later on, but I don't know if I did the right thing or not. So I haven't really mastered the art of chopping out a hairpiece and removing the outside rim. It is possible that what I need to do is simply hold it down sturdy on something and really just go around every rim of every hairline after I've basically cut out the stencil. Then on a second lap on every hairpiece again, just get rid of all those extra bits of exposed base I've got to C22 this area a bit here now. Okay, so I'm going to brush this back, hold it back. Stick my finger in here. Spray C22 on it. Clean that up with some elbow grease. Really don't want to be lifting that because otherwise the C22 will mix with the glue underneath and that'll be ruining it. Okay, now I'm going to get rid of that because it's polluted. Get a fresh one. Don't want to do it too much, too vigorously, otherwise you'll give yourself a red rash there because these are abrasive, believe it or not. I'll get some alcohol. Just to kill any kind of, I don't know, glue bugs. And yeah, I guess that's complete now. And I'll style it again later, but as you can see right now it's falling forward, which is great. I don't have to worry about that whole bump thing, and it doesn't look as fake there because those, you know, cut off edge pieces with the exposed base are now gone. Over here it still exists, but I'm not going to worry about that as much, given that the part's probably mostly going to be up around here and stuff. And also, I think I've solved a lot of the gaps and overhang in this area, which is really good. And there are no folds or anything that I can feel. So, that's it. I just wanted to show you how well I think this, in this lighting anyway, how well this hairpiece colour seems to match my natural hair. It seems to go really well. It's darker than the other one. I'm not sure if this is ash or just number 4. That t-shirt is just way too floppy. I've lost all tone in my body. I've just been sitting in a chair for so long. I need to move. Must be sunrise. That's when these things all beep. They've been programmed at sunrise to change volume. So, an echo dot. I've got one in every room. This feels better than that, but still it's not quite right. You can tell it's just, why does that stick in like that? It should conform to the collar or something. It's just not quite right. It's Kmart quality, you know. Shop that. This hasn't been built correctly. So this shirt is no good either. Clothes really do maketh the man, as does hair, of course, as we all know. So I've got no product in my hair at the moment. Might as well try to style it a little bit. For this, I think I'll spin the camera around because just watching, I'm currently, this particular video has been a long time between the last video and this video, and a lot's happened, and I've got at least 200 clips which I'm transposing from variable frame rate from the iPhone to constant frame rate through Handbrake, and then I'll import it all into Premiere after that in about 10 hours when it's transposed. But I've got to catch a flight in the morning, so I might not get around to editing it for another 2 weeks or whatever, because I've got to go away to Sydney for a couple of weeks, and my computer's here. It's not a laptop, it's a mega machine for editing. So let me just use the basics. Paste, Probably too much. Start at the back, slowly release. Make sure the sideburns get sewn. You can do a lot with longer hair. This still doesn't look quite right. I just think it'll fall better now that it's got some weight to it, I suppose. And back here, I'm never sure whether to brush it back or brush it forward. I feel like it wants to separate forwards like that, which is why I always end up with some sort of mess, but controlled mess preferably. So this shirt is extra large. And I can tell you it doesn't seem to show my guts. As much. So I've got protrusions on the gut. So it's kind of, I'm able to conceal it a bit. Don't come across as being a fat ass while wearing this particular shirt, I think. As long as I just suck it in a bit. I'm sure from behind I still look fat. There's nothing I can really do about the back, which is why I often just wear a backpack. But the best way to give the illusion that I'm thin is to become thin, and that'll take a few weeks of starving myself. But I've just got to exercise and just incorporate it into my everyday life. And now that my father is out of the picture, and potentially I can stop waiting for him, potentially. I'm 44, heading towards 50. Haven't got anything to show for it. Potentially I can push myself to try to realize whatever dreams could possibly remain from this age onwards. Okay, so this t-shirt is big. I folded this over so my pants aren't too low and I can walk in them, right? But this shirt here, brand new, extra large, $20, so one of the most expensive items of clothing I bought. But look at that. I haven't even got it to my armpit yet, and I still... Have I got extra long arms? I don't understand. I think I must have longer arms than other people or something. But still, isn't that your height? Now I was 6 foot until my spine went like that. Now I'm 181 centimeters, 5 foot and 11 and a half, basically. It's not good. 100 kilograms as well. So I want to roll these sleeves up. I always roll them up anyway, but still, I like the option, you know, of having long sleeves. But I bought it anyway because I need to hide my fat ass just in case these t-shirts don't do the job, and they're a bit floppy looking, a bit informal looking. I'll go out and I'll test if there's some wind around here. Test out if my hair gets blown around and I look like I'm wearing hairpiece. Right. The shirt looks okay. Extra large. And look, it even caters to my gut. Finally, some clothes that actually aren't too small. And with the gigantic t-shirt, it falls to the same length and almost suits me, although I do have a gigantic, okay, I spotted that. What else is there? Yeah, I'm top heavy, especially with these little walking shoes, boat shoes maybe. They will let the water in though. Maybe I need to get some thongs or sandals or something. Yes, thongs. So I'm out in the wind. My hair's already messed up, but still kind of looks okay, I suppose, for a bum on the street. Got a bunch of guys looking at me. Doesn't matter. I'm away. But you can see how well my hairline is hidden in this situation. And I could always wear a hat, and it looks like it's about to rain, so I'm gonna keep moving. Just bought some scotch. I told you I lived in the street, right? I used to only have friends who were homeless. This is what I did all the time. No, I never did that. I was always playing guitar. I just rollerbladed around with the guitar on my back. Huh. Give it to me straight, Doc. How fat am I? So, the hair's been blown around by the wind a little bit, but the weight of it keeps it quite nice. It really is good that I'm getting out of the house. My hair is not exactly neat, but it still looks more or less good. Nothing can really be done about my fat double chin, but you know, I'll just try and burn that off. I always get a little bit confused about why I never get drunk. I just never drink fast enough. It's not like I don't mix it in high enough doses. It's like 50-50 in here. I climbed underneath a bridge like this once. Put up a big sign. It was one of those spit bridges that raise when the ships come through. I put up a giant sign that said, I understand. I want to get a boat. I'm going to be on a boat tomorrow. Maybe the next day. I'm going to Sydney in the morning. Very exciting. Okay, so I edited as much as I could be bothered. And it looks like it's going to be about... Ooh, shit. That can't be right. 6 hours and 45 minutes. Holy shit. Sorry. I hope it's entertaining. I hope you've been entertained. I'm just trying to break all the records here. I hope you liked the animals, at least. I like those. King parrots, the best.